Time. 52.
Объявляю результаты финального боя четверых мужчин 1000 метров. Первыми финишировала команда Австралии, вторыми команда Польши, третьими команда Италии, четвертыми команда Германии, пятыми команда Румынии, шестыми команда Канады, седьмыми команда Новой Зеландии, восьмыми команда Китая, девятыми команда Дании.
K4 men 1000 meters final lead finish results. First place, Team Australia. Second place, Team Canoe. Third place, Team Italy. Fourth place, Team Germany. Fifth place, Team Romania. Sixth place, Team Canada. Seventh place, Team New Zealand. Eighth place, Team China. Ninth place, Team Denmark.
Там готовится 206-й заезд, продолжать учебную 500 метров, финал цели. Какой возраст стартует, идет заканчивать Словении, по второй воде Штефан Фредериксон, Швейцария, по третьей воде Лидерца, Казахстан, по четвертой воде Мохаммед Али, по пятой воде Виталий Цуркан, Украина, по шестой воде Бранжевая Чанкиновой, Сингапур, по седьмой воде Малтис Вестлс, Латвия, по восьмой воде Андреа Германия, по девятой воде Карлос Мартис, Люксембург.
K1 men 500 meters race 206 final C. Lane 1, Jost Zakreč, Slovenia. Lane 2, Stefan Devenson, Switzerland. Lane 3, Yuri Devenson, Kazakhstan. Lane 4, Mohammed Ali Robert, Tunisia. Lane 5, Vitaly Tsukhan, Ukraine. Lane 6, Wei Cheng-O, Singapore. Lane 7, Martins Viskos, Latvia. Lane E, Andrej Diamantis, Cyprus. Lane 9, Carlos Marcus, Turkey.
lane 7, Belarus. Lane 8, Czech Republic. Lane 9, Finland. Ladies, your 4-minute run. Race number 207, women's 4-1.
Lane
Take your mark.
Результаты 206 заявления. Пятый решение выставится в рамках Украины. Далее Макс.
Men, 500 meters, race 289 final heat. Lane 1, distance 7 regional 100 meters to Madame. Lane 2, Eden Sierra. Lane 3, 7 regional 53. Lane 4, Yusuf Shuiwa, Romania. Lane 5, Canada. Lane 3, under example, left G, Victoria, Schwartz, Austin. Lane 4, Wei Chunhui, Yang'an, China. Lane 5, Ivana Medova, Martina Pavlova, Slovakia. Lane Kazakhstan, lane 7, Norma Muravita, Sofia Campana, Italy. Lane 8, Karina Guadalupe Alanis Morales, Marcela Bottinger Rodriguez.
Line up to the set, lane 2.
Please come up to the competition committee.
All preparations, all preparations there.
Kazakhstan. Lane 5, second language, Luka Karanovic, Serbia. Lane 6, Xu Zai Dong Yang Cheng, Lane 7, Jeremy Harbor, Mita, Nukan, Finland, Lane 8, Ruslan Salimov, Abdul Sator Kafur, Tajikistan, Lane 9, Luke Kithoyak, Jonathan Su Wan Chong, Singapore.
Just to the start line, please, and hold your position there. To the start line and hold your position, please. Ready, set.
Simon, Nino, Ron.
We have 4 minutes to the start of race number 2. We're 1 minute to the start. Cameras to the start line, please. Cameras to the start.
Às vezes dá uns dias de segundo e cinzas, o tempo tic-tac devagar. Põe o teu melhor vestido, brilha teu sorriso, vem pra cá, vem pra cá. Se a vida muitas vezes só chuvisca, só garoa, não parece funcionar. Deixa esse problema todo pra ficar na boa, vem brincar. Do lado de cá, a mistério bonita, a maré é boa de contar. Do lado de cá, eu vivo tranquila e o corpo dança sem parar. Do lado de cá, tem música, amigos e alguém para
también la tenía.
President of the International Canoe Federation, Mr. Istvan Bashkupi, и президент Федерации каноэ Венгрии, господин Эпеле Барат, and the President of the Hungarian Canoe Federation, Mr. Epele Barat. За третье место награждаются Наталья Марасанова и Олеся Ромасенко, Россия. За второе место награждаются Галина Ковтученко и Камила Богер. В разряде каноэ двойки на дистанции 500 метров среди женщин становятся Джанет Лакатош и Кинза Такаш. Венгрия. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to begin, please rise up for the national anthem of Hungary.
Hello and welcome to Russia. We're at the Krylitskoye International Regatta Course, and the reason we're here is we're following the International Canoe Federation 2014 Sprint World Championships. It's been a fantastic weekend of activities. We've had one official world fastest time beaten in the last 24 hours. In fact, we've had 5 or 6 times better, but the actual rules say it has to be in a final of a World Cup or a World Championships or Olympics. I'm Matthew Layton. Today, my guest is the lady who actually broke the world record. So it's Canoe Hatton from New Zealand, K1 1,000 metre world champion. Hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Good. Yourself? You've had just three races yesterday, or a few more?
No, just three of them.
And clearly, we'll talk about you a little bit later, but the action today, we only have 14 finals to get through today. We're not going to be hanging around a great deal. We're going to go bang, 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 talk you through it, give you the details of who's competing, what have they done before, hopefully give you an insight into how they're going on, that's Tennille's job, and talk you through the excitement of the actual event. The first race we're going to cover is an Olympic event. It's the K1 Women 500 meters. Looking here, the wind's slightly, the breeze has slightly moved around. How do you see the conditions, Tennille?
I think this morning, don't think it's going to be too fast. There's a slight tail picking up, but the conditions are perfect just for some nice racing.
Well, it's mill pond stuff out there, isn't it, at the moment? It's great. So the temperature is, in our commentary booth, we're actually right at the top of the grandstand, glass protected, so we actually don't get all the massive noise of the Russian fans. It's about 120 degrees in here, but we've got the door open. Outside it's probably about 26, 27. There may be some clouds moving over in the next few hours, but so far it's looking, there's some wispy clouds in the background compared to what we had in the qualifications a couple of days ago. It's really, really good conditions for racing. We're looking forward to it. As I say, we had some staggeringly fast times yesterday. Tennille's world's best, and the Lisa Carrington, the 200 metres, she went 37 seconds. We had some just amazingly faster times. Ronnie Rao, Leiby Chaton, they got through in 30.4 in the 200. Mark de Jong, they equalled his best, 33.8 in the 200 metres. And it was just wow after wow after wow, wasn't it? Warm water, a bit of a wind, and massive fit athletes who are motivated.
Yeah, I think today it could be looking quite fast as well, but yesterday was definitely a benchmark, I think.
Well, that's what we're here for. So it is the World Championship. The ICW is going for 76 years now. It's the first time that's been here for senior worlds. The last time we were physically here was 2012 for the World Cup. It was already pretty impressive there, but now there's a few thousand people turned up, and the condition. The tower is looking really, really good as well. So it's everything is set for excellent racing conditions. We had a couple of races, a couple of finals this morning, about half an hour ago, which unfortunately couldn't show you live. This was the C2 500 women, and it was in time of 2:03. Hungary won with Znet Lakatos competing later in the C1 200 meters rather with her partner Takach. The Belarus 18-year-old ex-junior world champion, that they came second, with Russia coming third. I suppose the surprise so far was that the last year's world champions, Laurence Vincent Lepoint and Sarah Jane Comartin from Canada. I talked to Laurence a couple of days ago. She said things were looking good. She was feeling in fine form. They only came fourth, so we'll actually find out why. Hopefully Laurence is pick herself up from that and can do something, because she's going to be racing in an hour or so in the C1 200 meters. But that's I suppose that's the first surprise of the day. Other results coming through: the K1 500 B final. That was won by Alana Nichols from Australia, 1:52. Second was Serbia's Dalma Vendik-Rustic. Henrietta Engel Hansen, who yesterday had a staggeringly great victory, and she was congratulating you as well, the finishing line, wasn't she?
Yeah, that was pretty special actually.
Did you train together sometimes?
Yeah, we trained together for quite a bit last year actually, for quite a few months going into World Champs and during the summer, so it was a pretty special moment to be able to share that with her.
Yes, Tennille jumped out of the water and had a lovely hug from Henrietta, who'd actually won her first gold medal in the Worlds, I believe, with her partner Emmy Hansen, who's 14 years younger. So it was a great 18 and 32. That was a great moment yesterday when they came through and won that. But this morning she was third in the B final. What else can we show you now? We won't. We're going straight to the event this morning, and it looks a really fascinating display. K4 500 meters. Francesca Weber came second in the last couple of events. Danita Kozak is the Olympic champion. Zuyu in your picture, she's had some good results in the World Cup so far, and obviously Lisa Carrington. So it's really going to be interesting. How do you see this?
I think it's going to be a very tight battle actually, just looking at the times out of the heats, but I think it's going to be very exciting to watch. And
Teresa Portela from Portugal, she's made lots of finals in the last 26 years old, but she's been around a long time. Not to be confused with Teresa Portela from Spain, obviously, but she's down and about there. 36-year-old Yvonne Schuring, she switched disciplines. Remember, she won the gold a couple of years ago. 3 years ago now in Austria, in Szeged, on the K2 1000. But last year she's been putting in some great results in the 500, 200. Francesca Weber, she's going to be going later in the final of the K2 200 meters. She is obviously a gold medalist in the World and the Olympics. She's switching about this year. Danita Kozak, she won in the Europeans recently. She won the 500 and the 200. This season she hasn't raced against Lisa Carrington, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Who's next?
And we got Lisa Carrington, New Zealand. She's paddling very, very well at the moment, and I know she's pretty excited for this event, especially coming off yesterday's effort.
Evelina Wojnarowska, she had a World Cup win in Ochichi this year, and she's always in the top 3 or 4. Maybe the gold is out of her reach, but Sophie Paldania, see how she was in the K1. Well, she was with you yesterday, wasn't she?
Yeah, she raced the K1000. I know she's been training pretty hard up until this event, and she's always up in the top group in the A final, so I think
that's the young mother. And Bridget Hartley, Olympic medalist, had a bit of malfortune in the English and French, a bit of bad luck in the last couple of years, slight injuries, and but there they were off. Who's going to get the good fun? Lisa's been left. Danita Kozak already half a boat up. That's a bit of a bummer for her.
Yeah, I think some people were taken a bit by surprise off that start, but it looks like Lisa's coming back up again.
Well, it's now come back up. You can see the distinctive styles in lane number 6 and lane number 7. You need to look out for them. Or lane number 5 and lane number 6. Lisa's suddenly woken up and she's come back into it a little bit. So that's going to be good to hear about the overhead shot. She obviously has taken some staggering time yesterday in the 500. We have, we're looking quite close at the moment.
It looks like Poland's keeping up there, along with Hungary and especially New Zealand. Looks like New Zealand and Hungary are sort of taking it away from the field at the moment.
Well, they certainly are, aren't they? As I say, they've last year in the Worlds was on the top podium, and Lisa came third. They haven't met this so far this season, but it's great. This is what we wanted. It's the head-to-head
coming into the last 150 now. Looking like it's tightening up between the rest of the field as well.
Well, that's right. We have half a boat left with Danuta Kozak. He's leading Lisa Carrington. We have 6 boats following on really, really closely.
Teresa Portella's coming up now as well.
And Bridget Hartley, lane number 9, is putting something in. She's finally fit, and Danuta Kozak is the champion, is the fastest champion, the world champs medal this year, silver medal.
Next year we will see.
Next year's in Milan, which is the start qualifications for the Olympic Games, which I guess. Yes, confirmation. Danuta Kozak takes, well, sorry, the unofficial results. Danuta Kozak looks like she's taken the gold. Lisa Carrington, silver. Bridget Hartley just pips out Francesca Weber, 3rd and 4th there. So all big names. I think Bridget Hartley, can't speak on behalf of her, but she's going to be absolutely delighted with that. Now, from one big women's event to one big men's event, look at this. You have Wallace, who did look really, really good. Kirchhoff, who medalled yesterday in the K1 1,000 metres. Rennie Paulsen, who medalled, who was apparently a little bit disappointed as a result. Graham Brandis, who's often in the finals now for Holland. The names just come thick and fast, don't they? Von Stonvarmi, he won the first event, I believe, in Milan in the World Cup this year. He's still very young with his camouflage boat. Didn't do that much in the K1 1000 so yesterday, but in the Europeans, and he won this as well. So he's certainly top and on form. Let's hear where the Europeans. No, clearly in the Europeans, no, he didn't do anything there. You also got Kenny Wallace, so far silver medal in the K2 1000, gold medal in the K1 5000. Rennie Holton Paulsen, he is looking good. Adam Van Koeverden, gold medal winner from the Athens Olympic Games, recorded a few years ago in Beijing, 1 minute 35, so you can go for there. Marcus Cooper Waltz. Well, he's had some good results for Spain. Hasn't been on the World Cup circuit this year, but he's been putting some good results down. That's not Max Hoff.
No.
It looks like they've gone straight for Anton Rykov in lane 9. We're showing him, and Max Hoff is luckily there in lane number 8. So there we are, lining up 500 meters. And they're off. Who gets the better start? Rennie looked good in the middle. Rykov not surprisingly showing him because it is a Russian. There's Max Hoff in lane number 8, who was never really in it, but Waltz has got a staggeringly good start in lane number 7.
Marcus Cooper Walls had an amazing start. It looks like he's out in front at the moment.
So he's got half a length after 150 metres. Rennie Holton Paulsen in the Red Bull boat is starting to move forward. Adam Van Koeverden, who was setting the pace yesterday with Rennie in the 1,000 metres, in the last 200 metres didn't have enough fuel in the tank, but it looks like Waltz at the moment is taking it away.
Yeah, I think some of these 1,000 boys from yesterday will want to redeem themselves, so they'll be going pretty hard in this event today.
Well, so far we are seeing Von Stonvari in the camouflage boat. We're seeing Rennie Holton Paulsen coming down to 220 metres to go, and there's still, it's Stonvari from Hungary, Rennie Holton Paulsen from Denmark, Spain was still up there, and Adam Van Koeverden, they're the 4 with right at the bottom, Max Hoff and Rykov in it. Kenny needs to do something. It's the last 50 metres and he's 120 metres to go, and he's 30 metres off the pace. It's not going to happen today for him, but it is coming down to the last 100 metres. It's Donvari, it's Rennie Holton Paulsen, and it's Waltz. They're the 3 people who look like they're going to get the medals at the moment. It looks like Donvari's tying up a bit, and Rennie Holton
coming through very strongly.
This is where he met the silver medal last year with 50 metres to go. It's Rennie Holton Paulsen. He looks like it's going to take him, but it's going to be definitely close. Ben Stonvari is coming away in the last 2 seconds.
And too close. Oh, it could be. It
looks like Rennie might just have it.
Very, very close, but I think he'll be very chuffed with that.
I'm calling Rennie Holton Paulsen in first. I'm calling... Who did I say?
There was
Ben
type, but I'd say
Stonvari in second, and it looks like Waltz in third. Well, that's great, because we did a profile on Rennie in Rachichi a couple of months ago, and he's blatantly honest and direct, and he said, well, I'm fed up of winning World Cups but not getting myself on the podium in Worlds and Olympics, so I'm changing my coach. And he'd taken the top Hungarian coach, and he said, I'm changing my tactics a little bit. I have the fitness, but I'm going for it. And it looks like it's paid off. That's a great World Championship medal.
Yeah, I think he'll be very, very happy with that one.
I was talking to the Denmark coaching staff this morning, and they said just after the 1000s he wasn't happy because he went in it for gold, but a bit later he said, well, at least I've got a medal, so it's not too bad. Yeah, it looks like.
Yes, it looks like Renee Benzer and then
Wilds.
Marcus Cooper-Walls from Spain in third.
Well, let's see if they're going to give us the confirmation. Well, that's what they're giving it. They're giving Poulsen from Denmark the gold, Domvari from Hungary the silver, and Waltz from Spain the bronze, with Russia, Vancouver down in fifth. Had a great race there, and the others, I guess Kenny, after his gargantuan effort yesterday, just couldn't do it, and Max perhaps not at top of his level. But here we go, switching from kayaks to canoes. Mr. Queiroz dos Santos in the middle. I wonder if he's still kicking himself. Yesterday in the 1,000 meters, he had it to win, and then he lunged in the last second, and it didn't go right, did it?
Yeah, heartbreaking.
Well, we have some top competitors in here. Vadim Mendkov, he's had a couple of world championships in his belt, 99, 2010. Had a bit of a lax year, so came off a bit. Martin Fuchs, is he the future, or one of the futures, a face of this sport, a third generation top competitor from Czech Republic. He got the silver medal yesterday. Mikhail Pavlov from Russia, he perhaps is one of the outsiders, but's been doing really, really well in the qualification. Isaac Queiroz dos Santos, he is the gold medal winner from last year in Duisburg. He had the 1:45 in the heats, which was the fastest time ever, but doesn't count as a record because it wasn't in the final. Sebastian Brendel, gold medaled in the K1 1000 and the K1 5000, so he's going for the third perhaps in a row. Christoph Kaut, he is 19 years old. He was the junior world champion last year. He's from Hungary. And Adel Mojallahamadam from Iran also is making a final, which is great for Iran to get in the final. Your thoughts?
I think, to be honest, I'm not very good with the sea boating scene.
Let's go for the mentality there. Brendel, he's won 2 gold medals already. Will he be up for a third, or will he be thinking that's been okay?
I don't know. A world title's a world title, so I think he'll be wanting to take that third medal.
The question is, mentally, how strong is Isaac Queiroz dos Santos? Because yesterday he was he plunged, he went in just before the line. After that, he thought, well, at least I got the silver medal, so he's reflecting quite happy. And then suddenly it was announced to him that he'd been declassified, and it was you saw him have a bit of a temper tantrum, which is fair enough. I'd do the same.
Oh, absolutely. He looked devastated, but I think he'll be going pretty hard in this event. He'll be very hungry to sort of redeem himself after yesterday.
Well, the bigger picture for him obviously is going to be Rio, but so far it looks like Queiroz dos Santos is taking them. That's what he did yesterday. He just led from start to finish and said it's my race. But at the top is Martin Fuchs, who is also the European champion, who beat Brendel into second about 3 weeks ago, but at completely different conditions on a really choppy pace. Well, so far there's 3 athletes taking them out. It's Brazil from Germany, from the Czech Republic.
And we're coming into the last 200 now. It looks like Brazil's he's going for it. He wants this medal.
Well, as he falls out, it looks like it's he doesn't get tired, apparently. He's got a very new smart haircut this year, but coming into the last 120 meters, and there is the Russian also coming up on them, but it is Queiroz dos Santos who at the moment has nearly a length lead on 3 athletes all in a row. We have Fuchs from Czech Republic, we have the Russian, and we have Brendel into it. But this is going to turn into an exhibition. There's more than a length lead now with 60 meters to go. I wonder what's going through his mind. Don't push for the line, just go over it.
Just finish safely. It looks like Germany's just going for the last couple of strokes here. Real strong finish.
Brazil is don't do so stupid. He takes the gold medal. Really close between between Brendel and Fuchs. Well, hats off to him, the way he's put the defeat yesterday behind him and just said, I'm not bad at this sport.
Yeah, and finished with such class as well.
Martin Fuchs giving it his all. Isaac Queiroz dos Santos, 20 or 21 years old now, still very young. and it's going to be an interesting build-up to the Rio Games, because I guess he's one of their major medal hopes.
Absolutely, and there'll be a very special medal as well,
Well,
on home turf.
Absolutely. This is not the Olympic event, the 500 meters, but it still shows that yesterday it was his victory, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Same as last year. I wonder if he's looked at the camera again. That's one of the iconic photographs by Balint Visaki when he was most of the athletes looked the wrong way, but he looked the right way. So last year it was a great photograph.
Yeah.
Well, Tennille Hassan is sitting next to me. Tennille, you were a world champion. Did you get a good night's sleep?
I did actually. I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit tired at the end of yesterday.
So let's just quickly go through the results. Jose Coyos dos Santos is given the gold in 1:47, 2 seconds slower than a couple days ago. Sebastian Brendel a silver. Martin Fuchs is given the bronze medal with Russia, Ukraine, Hungary, Iran, Slovakia, Uzbekistan. But it's all about the first place. He won by a second and a half, and it was always his race, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Start to finish. And I think he'll come away very happy with that one.
Well, we're going to have a little, not break, but a little respite. They do all the effort, then they have to collect a medal, and they were just making sure that everything, the timing, the uniforms, and everything is correct. Yesterday, yourself, was it a dumb question, but I guess it was a special moment to go there?
Yeah, it was very special actually. Nothing can beat standing on that podium.
And especially you're not the tallest in the world, but when you're on the when you're on the top of the podium, it seems it's your world. That's great.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool.
So we're coming to you live from Russia. It might be slightly starting to cloud over. I just need to say thank you to Air France, because my baggage finally arrived late last night. Hopefully I'm looking clean and smart and shaved and stuff, but that's a small detail. Everything else in Russia has been absolutely fantastic. The hospitality, the timing, the organisation, it's really it's spot on. They certainly know how to run a regatta in my view.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been really impressed. And this course just sort of tops it off, I reckon.
I think the weather might help.
Yeah, that too.
Slightly. So we're warming up for the ceremony of the women's K1 500 in New Zealand. Many waves come back from your victory, or are they all about Lisa?
No, it's been really nice. I think there's actually been a very good coverage for just our sport in general this year. And I think any success at the moment is, it's being celebrated really well. So.
And it's great for yourself that you probably, I think Lisa probably get mobbed wherever she goes, but you can probably have almost a normal life, can't you?
Yeah. It's quite nice actually.
You can be in the shadow, and it's great that you actually got your victory first. So at least you can have a day of the headlines.
Yeah.
Have you finished your studies yet?
No, I've started another degree actually.
In what?
I'm doing paramedicine, so I'm doing that full time at the moment, which keeps me nice and busy.
Well, here we go. It is the medal ceremony for the K1 500 meters. And who do we have? We have your Tomasini giving out from Brazil, giving out the K1 women. That's the one. He's the ICF third vice president. I saw him crying last year when sitting next to me in the commentary box. He wasn't just outside, in fact. And when Coyos dos Santos won the gold medal, that's him on the left. He won the gold medal. He couldn't contain himself. So today we have to hopefully hold back the tears. Bridget Hartley from South Africa, Olympian already, or Olympic bronze medalist, takes another bronze medal to add to her collection in the World Championships 2014.
Yeah, I think that's a very special moment for her. She didn't have the best World Cup campaign. I was talking to her the other day, but I think she'll be very satisfied with this.
Great news. Lisa Carrington, medals again. This time it's a silver medal, but she looked like she gave it her all after that appalling start. That's probably the right word for it.
Yeah, it was. Looked like she was sort of taken a bit by surprise, but she brought it back very strongly.
Well, let's hope she doesn't do that in the K1 200 a bit later, but I'm sure she won't. And that's the thing, they have to recover quite quickly, don't they? Because they're on the water again.
Absolutely. Like one bad stroke, two bad strokes in a 200, and your sort of race is gone, really.
2014 world champion from Hungary, Danuta Kozak. She really shows that she's a top performer, doesn't she? She goes in, whatever she goes in, really, she decides to win, she wins.
Absolutely. And after her performance at Europeans, I think she went in very confident. And, well, she should be. She had a fantastic race today as well.
And then, of course, yesterday she won the gold medal in the K4 500. So it's her second gold medal of the tournament.
Yeah.
Regatta, I think that's probably the right word.
Not bad, not bad.
So there's a few of them now. There's starting to be a couple of them who got 2 golds. We're not going to talk over the national anthem, so please don't worry, the sound's gone down. ...2014 world champion Danuta Kozak from Hungary, joined by Lisa Carrington from New Zealand and Bridget Hartley from South Africa. 3 different continents. It's good to have those on the podium to start off with.
Yeah, absolutely. Going into qualifiers next year as well, that's a huge confidence booster, I think.
Looking at my program to see exactly where we are. Do we have another ceremony? I believe we do. 10:26 it's due. Yesterday everything worked pretty much on time. So how does it actually work with the ceremony? Do they collect you a few minutes before someone comes and collects you? Henny from the ICF, I guess, comes and says, hey, hello, where are you? Make sure you're standing in the right place with your uniform.
Kind of, you sort of get met on the weigh-in station where you finish and get told, okay, you have to be here in 20 minutes. But especially if you got a race after, you got to try and go off, warm down, run, chuck on your uniform, try and smell good, and rush along to the medal ceremony and sort of hang around for a bit.
There's that's great to show that Lisa. This is if you look at the pictures there, she's showing a few photographs for the happy campers. There's loads and loads of the spectators, and they're all. The great thing is yesterday watching your K1 5,000 meter race, they were cheering everyone. Clearly they were giving a bit of an extra for the Russians, but at the same time, when Bernadette Wallace, she broke her rudder and she had 2 minutes off time where she tried to fix it and then came back, and she's obviously well off the pace, but she had the guts to finish, so well done Bernadette. She's getting a massive cheer coming down, and always the last person gets a huge cheer.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that just adds to the environment. It was very special.
And she was tweeting all this morning or last night saying thank you very much, how much she, in between tears, how much she appreciated it all.
Yeah, it looks like the stands are going off at the moment, nice and packed.
Well, we've been so lucky with the weather because we had a couple of massive thunderstorms and lightning, and the races had to be postponed. Because lightning with carbon doesn't really go, or just going stooning running properly. Yeah. So that's on Thursday. On Friday we had a bit of a rundown, so that was a bit of a bummer. So and then after that it seems to calm down a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. We actually ended up with the 1,000 semis being chased by lightning actually down the course, trying to get our races done quickly before we got struck by lightning, which made it interesting. I think that helped to get some fast times. So.
It presumably does, yeah, because you don't risk too much.
Yeah.
They're just setting things up for another award ceremony.
It looks like for the K1 men's.
Well, the Danish flag's going on the middle. Spanish is going third. And the German and the...
I think they got a little bit confused. I think that's going on for the C1 men's 500. There's the next medal ceremony coming up.
That's right. They've finally got they've moved it. They've moved it off. They put the Brazilian in the middle, the German next to it, and the Czech flag on the right. So that's the way it's going to go. As you see, there's a really good atmosphere here. Good turnout. Lots of family, lots of friends, and a fair few neutrals just come along to see what it's all about. And obviously the athletes getting their bit of time to show off all the hard work with their bodies. They're not a shy lot, no, are they?
No. And it's such a relief to, once you get the racing done and dusted, and it's pretty neat to be able to watch some racing as well.
Yeah, it's great you didn't have to fly off straight away, because often you still go for the next race, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Most of the time you're trying to pack away your gear and just running to the airport, but this is the first time I haven't actually raced on a Sunday, so kind of don't really know what to do with myself. It's quite neat being able to watch some races.
Are you alcohol free for the season? Do you suddenly have a couple of beers or not really?
Usually for the season, I usually watch obviously what I eat and drink during the season. It also makes the break a lot more enjoyable. You know, you can splurge a bit. But I may have had a champagne or two last night. But I think tonight everyone will be celebrating.
But putting forward you'd be the fastest time ever over 1,000 meters. As Tennille Haddon here by 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Does that when you go back training? Does that knock out all your references?
A little bit, because I don't know. I kind of didn't really believe it. It was on my to-do list. Like I really wanted to be able to beat that record, but
that was Rachel Cawthorne, wasn't it, from 2010?
Yeah. So to be able to do that, and I actually also broke my K1 500 PB within that race as well. So
the first or the second?
The first 500. So that was also pretty special as well.
So you really ticked every single box.
I did actually. It was a huge surprise. I'd surprised myself in the semi actually, but yeah, to do that again in the final after the 500 as well, I was actually really nervous going into it.
And yesterday, also just reviewing your final with 100 meters to go, Tamara Shippers, she overtook you.
Yes.
And did you think, whoops?
Well, I saw her coming up at about the 500 mark, and all I could think to myself was, I've got to stay in touch. I've got to stay in touch with her. And I remember our coach, Ben Fui, actually, saying to me, he's like, okay, just go out there and do a PB. And I was like, right, okay, that's just what I got to do. And I was coming down to the last 200 meters. Like, I'm quite tired now. And I was like, no, it's so close. I can't hold anything back. If I do, I'm not going to be happy with myself.
And you looked slightly, obviously it was cool, but you looked slightly out of breath at the end.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit. I sort of, coming into the last few strokes, I started to weave a little bit. The finish line got a little bit blurry, but I'm very happy that I sort of managed to stay within the boat and get across that finish line.
Insight from a world champion, which is what we want. Here we go. We are preparing for the second TV live award championships ceremony of the day, and it is this time the men. We have really the three top athletes of the season performing here, so it's a great podium. The top Europeans and the Brazilian, who he turned up in one, I believe, World Cup, but obviously had other priorities, and certainly he's going to be. I'm sure he's going to be absolutely delighted. He won last year. Brendel was delighted because he, up until yesterday, hadn't won a World Championships gold medal, so he got that monkey off his back. They're too keen to stand on the podium, aren't they, really? Mark Aldershaw decided not to enter this event some time ago, so that's why he's not on the podium today, and he made the final yesterday in the C1 1000, so that's good news. It's the president it's Mr. Jose Perurina, the ICF International Canoe Federation president, who's going to be presenting the awards today. That's great news. They certainly know how to award a ceremony, because they speak in Russian and they speak in English, and the timing is great, and it's a great place for it, isn't it? Right in front of the main grandstand, so you've got a great unobstructed view of the water on the grandstand. There's a big screen on the other side of the regatta course, so all the fans can see it as well. But you're putting forward the same images as you'll see on your TV. The C1 500 meters. Do you have your medal tapped away somewhere, or is it in a suitcase, or?
Yeah, I left it in my room today, actually. Yep. I kept it in a safe spot.
Cheers. Nice touch. Well, they're the three champions. They're not the same body style and body. It doesn't matter what sort of body style, I guess, you have, as long as you can make the boat go fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Martin Fuchs says more slim. Then there's Dos Santos, who's just the complete athlete, and then we and then we have the very rangy, Sebastian Brendel. So different stroke rates, different styles. Martin Fuchs mentioned it a couple of times, but it is worth mentioning again. He's third generation international paddler. Takes the bronze medal, probably the first of many. And your bouquet, do you throw it to the crowd, or do you keep that as well? Because you can't put it on the plane, can you?
No, we can't take it on the plane, but you know, you got to take the traditional selfie with your medal and bouquet afterwards. So, nah, I keep that.
Sebastian Brendel. So far, it's been a good weekend. He's had 2 golds and a silver. No, he hasn't. He's had 2 golds and silver. Sorry, I keep losing my way because Tennille's allergic to wasps, and we have quite a few wasps in the studio, so I keep splatting them. So if you're a wasp fan, I'm sorry. I don't kill bees, but wasps, they've got like 14 so far today, and we'll keep them going.
So yeah, 3 medals at a World Championship is incredible.
Hooray! Well done. Finally. Jose Carlos dos Santos, he has won a gold medal. He'll probably be the most talked about athlete in this regatta. Certainly last night there was debating levels of why you did what you did yesterday.
We've got the K2 men's 500 metre about to start now.
Well, there's several of the teams that lined up yesterday in the K2 1000s. Of course, that was won by the young Slovakians Vlajček and Tar. Tar 32 and 35 years old. They're going today in lane number 7. We have Rudolf Domby and Gregory Bosch, his new partner. He was obviously with Roland Kukeni before. I suppose the surprise from yesterday was the 4th place that Marcus Gross and Max Rentschmidt, they actually took yesterday because they were the world champions in the K2 1000 meters. But it is a bit of a sprint. Let's see how they're going first. Lane number...
It looks like Belarus might be leading the charge at the moment.
Well, that's not a surprise because they medalled in the K2 200 meters in the Olympic Games, so they certainly have the pace off the start, and that's Vadzim Makny, whose father was an Olympian before in the 1980 Olympic Games, and Raman Piotreszku. So these guys have been around a long time and have a really good formula, but they're certainly taking away at the moment.
And we're coming into the last 200 meters now.
Well, it's Belarus at the moment setting the pace.
And we've got Hungary coming up.
So Belarus, Hungary and Slovakia. Slovakia in front of your picture in lane number 7. They're the gold medal winners from yesterday. But Hungary really do want this. So it's a new partnership. They're the ones that are finishing the fastest. About 80 meters to go. And they are...
Oh, this is going to be tight.
Belarus is going backwards.
Hungary is just taking little bit by little bit.
And can the Slovaks get the second medal in a win? It looks like Slovakia is really pushing it forward.
Coming in for the win.
That's possibly the closest finish so far. We had 50 meters back and Slovakia were off the pace and they suddenly said, yesterday we got the gold, let's go for it again. Hungary are being in the picture. They may well have taken, let's say this is a new partnership. Rudolf Domby in the front of your picture with the smart glasses and the hairstyle. He is an Olympic gold medal winner in the K2 1000 meters. Probably they don't know yet.
That's far too close to call.
But we do know that Markus Grosch and Max Rentschmidt from Germany, they're out of the medals.
You can see Hungary just had a fantastic start. Looks like they may have eased off a little bit off the line through that middle part, but saved it for the last.
Yeah, because the last 30 meters could change absolutely. And the confusing thing, obviously, is there's no. It's like athletics. You run through a tape, so you can see what you're actually doing. Here, you must know exactly where it is, but it's not blatantly obvious, is it?
No, not at all. To be honest, you really want to stop as soon as you hit that first cam, but you're not quite sure. If you stop too early or lunge too early, then you know.
But here we go. Look at the screen. It's the last.
Oh.
They're going to have fun there in the
Good
tower,
luck with that one.
It's very rare that we have I think it goes down to 1,000th of a second. So it'd be very rare that you have them both at the same time. Well, this is all unofficial. Are they giving it to Slovakia?
Looks like they were coming through the finish line a little bit faster than Hungary, but...
Well, 200ths of a second, that's what they're calling at the moment. They're saying that Slovakia from Hungary from Belarus will actually have to wait for the official, but if that's the case, then that's 2 gold medals in the weekend. That's a great result.
Yeah. I guess that just goes to show that a lunge really can make the difference for the end result.
Well, I'm not sure they had no fear, did they? They knew they could do it, and they really went for it.
Absolutely.
But 200ths of a second, that what's that? A couple of centimeters?
Oh, it's in nothing. And 500 is always one of those tricky events, especially for the men. You want to go out as hard as you can, but you can't quite sprint that whole 500 meters. So you have to have a really good race plan in place. You don't want to blow too early.
It was has been Olympic for the K1s, now taking it off. Here we go. We have another award ceremony coming up. Well, when he's finally achieved what he wanted to. It's going to be the ceremony, as you can see. It's going to be for the K1 500 meters. And Emmanuel da Costa Alegre is the second vice president of the ICF. On your left, going to be giving out the awards today. Well, so far, great racing, haven't we? It's been fast, it's been furious, and it's been very close.
Yeah, absolutely. What a start to the day.
Looks like the wind's slightly turning around. It looks the flags in front of us, we're judging by theirs. I know it's not water height, so it might not be the same, but it looks like there's a bit of a tailwind settling in.
Yeah, it looks like it's definitely picking up. I think the 200s this afternoon is going to be...
Bronze medal is Marcus Cooper Waltz from Spain. Bit of a dark horse, didn't compete in the World Cups. But there again, a lot of the athletes from Spain didn't keep in the World Cups, but clearly they're dominating here. Ben Stonvari did well, won the under-23 Worlds a couple of weeks ago, so he's obviously kept the form going and takes the silver medal. Very young, another name for the future. And the top level of the podium, he's from Denmark. He's put his ambitions certainly out there. I want gold medals. And here's the first of perhaps many. K1 500 meter world champion for 2014 is Rennie Holten Poulsen. Yesterday, bronze medal in the 1000. Speaking to his coach this morning, and they said, yeah, he's going out for gold. So must congratulate him.
Yeah, and he brought it home.
I think we might see some selfies in a minute, but first of all, they'll take the Danish national anthem, which we heard for the first time yesterday with the K2 1000 women. Good weekend for Denmark. Congratulations all the athletes. Here comes the obligatory selfie shot, which within 15 minutes will be on Facebook, Twitter and many other social media sites. So he's pretty good at that. He knows how to do it. Trust him.
Yeah,
Smiling.
It's got to be done.
3 blondes on the podium today, and Denmark at the top. This could take some time. Next event is heavily anticipated. It's the women's K2 500 meters. Who's going to win?
I don't know. It looks like a very, very tough field this year. Very different from last year. I don't know.
We'll give you some hints. In the first heat, Serbia won, Germany second. Second heat, Hungary beat Belarus and Great Britain. And the third heat, Poland beat Australia. Semi-final, the first from each heat got through. So look at this is the actual starters: Australia, Germany, Great Britain, Hungary, and the rest. But just mentioning a few yesterday, what happened well in the first semi-final yesterday, because the Serbia, Hungary, and Poland qualified directly to the finals. We had Great Britain beat Russia and then Australia, and in the second semi-finals we had Belarus, Germany. So going on that scale, we probably the favourites in my money would be Hungary, because they Dor keeps slamming in the background. Apologies about that. Australia, Jebridge and Janes, Naomi Flood. Good luck to them. Naomi was wonderful yesterday in the commentary box. They are feeling good. Oops. Empty the boat. No excuses. The young Germans, they have a bit of form behind them. They'll be going into this with real high hopes. They've got some good results in the last few weeks. And they took the first win in Szeged. It's Lani Belcher and Rachel Cawthorne for Great Britain. They won Szeged. In the Europeans, they blew up, in fact, because they started off too quickly, and then it all went a little bit wrong. Here are probably the favourites, the Moldovans, who are going in the K2 200. I think they're third or fourth fastest there. They've been the stalwarts. They've been so good in this sport for the last year. I don't think they've missed a regatta. They're really, really good. And Karolina Naya, Beata Michalajczyk, they haven't got the top of the podium in a big competition yet, but they were second in the Europeans, and they were second in Szeged, and they're always up there. And obviously they were second yesterday in the K4 boat. Belarus as well, these girls were, I think, in the back. Litvinchuk, she came second in the K1 5000 yesterday, slightly ahead of yourself. And then Russia, it's a young team in the front. We have she came second in the Europeans recently, so it's looking good as well. And the Romanians, they're often up for a podium, a top 5 finish. So it's really got pedigree all the way. But Hungary, 27-year-old Gabriela Szabo, who won the gold yesterday in the K4, and Tamara Chipis, who was just beaten yesterday in the K1 1000.
All these girls will be aiming for a fantastic start in this one. It can make a huge difference, especially in this K2 500 metre race.
Very smart boats.
With this bit of breeze, everyone has to adjust on the start line, make sure they've got the perfect position.
So Great Britain lane 3, Hungary 4, Serbia 5, Poland 6, Belarus 7. And they're off to the start.
Looks like the Moldovan sisters had a fantastic start.
Big specialists in the 200. It's not a great surprise. They need to often put it out there.
They've always been quite dominant in this event. Always finished about mid-pack though, so I think they'll be...
Well, they're really going for it at the moment, aren't they? They're really pushing it through. They were third in the Europeans, and they won a couple of goals also in the K2 200s, but they're coming up to 300 metres to go, and they're really saying, I want this race.
They really, really do. They're just creating more room every stroke.
Well, in the second we have Germany, and we have Hungary, and we have also catching up a little bit, but there's 200 metres to go, and it's catch me if you can. They're now a length and a half ahead from Poland, who are starting to make a move, and Hungary, who are starting to make a move. Will they tire?
I don't know. There's a huge gap at the moment, but you never know. It looks like they're closing the gap. It looks like
Hungary are coming through now in lane number 4, and Poland are coming through, and it's going to be a case that they must be hurting. Look at in the back, she's really hurting. 100 metres to go. They are going to be caught.
Hungary's just coming up so fast in this last part. So they're both very strong paddlers, great at the longer distances, and I think they're just coming through.
30 metres to go. But they're fighting back. The Moldovans are fighting back. It's lane number 4. Hungary at the top of your picture are going to take it from the Moldovans in second place for Serbia. And third, it's going to be Naya and Michalajczyk. Again, they're so often on the podium. But Gabriela Szabo and Tamara Sipis, she's happy with herself.
What a fantastic finish. Such a strong finish to a race.
But the Moldovans, what great courage to go out so quickly.
Oh, absolutely. Sometimes you sort of just have to take that risk, and I think they did it, and they nearly pulled it off.
Well, look at that. It just shows that she's won so many medals, but she's still completely delighted.
I think this will be her first World Championship medal in the K2 500, though. So you've got to mix it up occasionally, and I think she'll be very happy with that. And it looks like a 139. I think the conditions are getting faster as we go through the morning.
Well, I say that the wind has started to come around, and with the water warming up a bit, which I guess makes a slight difference.
Yeah, definitely.
Last year in Duisburg, we had Francesca Weber and Tina Dietze, who haven't been competing together as a pair in the 500s. They took it out. We had Katalina Kovac, who's babying, and Natasja Duchev Janic, who's bad backing this year, so they're not competing. And the Polish Nayo Mikulajczyk, they took the bronze again, so at least they're consistent. Great slow motion images. We're going to see hands in the air. Oh, I've won! It's more like, crikey, how to do that? 100 meters back. It wasn't in the bag, was it?
No, that was just, what a fantastic finish. You always sort of cross the line and I guess question yourself. You don't want to claim it too early just in case.
But here we go. Hungary gold, Serbia silver, Poland take the bronze, followed by Belarus, Romania, Germany, Australia, Great Britain and Russia. But all fairly close within the times.
Strength of the women's field has absolutely come up this year. All these races seem to be very tight together, which is going to make Rio just crazy exciting, I think.
Do you already have in your long-term diary, do you know how many days it is to count down? You
No.
probably do.
Maybe not days, but it's definitely in the back of my mind all the time. And although I guess after London it was like, oh, we've got 4 years. Now it's just like, wow, it's qualifications next year.
And so what were you personally in your dream? What would you compete in?
I don't know, to be honest.
To Neil Hatton from New Zealand, he can go any distance. That's why it's a difficult question.
Yeah, I guess I've raced so many different events as well. Like I raced the K1 500 in London, didn't quite do very well. I didn't quite do that well. But I've also raced the K2 and the K4. So I don't know. I guess I have to decide for next year going into qualifications.
Probably don't try and go for the K1 200.
Yeah, maybe not. Could be a bit tough.
And your K4, how do you go this weekend?
We got 5th in the B final. It wasn't our ideal race in that final, but we've had a very interesting season and it's a very young crew. And I think we set some PBs, which for us we didn't think, some of the times we didn't even think were possible at the start of the season. So huge credit to the girls, and I guess we've got to go away with our heads held high. We actually had some really good races, especially in our heat and semi. But that field was so tight. Looks like we're going into the men's K2.
K2 500 meters finals.
Looks like Belarus is missing their partner on the podium here.
Well, with races coming out later, it can be excused.
Be preparing for the 200, I think.
It's Luciano Bonfiglio, who's the ICF treasurer from Italy, a great athlete in his own right. He's going to be, and he's got a lot of responsibility because he's going to be hosting the ICF World Championships in Milan next summer. He's going to be actually giving out the medals today. And the first medal goes to Belarus. If there's an athlete who's competing in a few minutes, it's always going to be a debate. Do you want to actually take your medal, or do you like a possibility to win another one? Silver medal. It was desperately close, wasn't it? It was 0.02 of a second between the two steps of the podium, which can mean an awful lot. New partnership though, last 18 months, and the chap on the left, Ben Stonvary, Rudolf Dombey, sorry, I'm confused. Rudolf Dombey, he's already got an Olympic gold medal in the K2 1,000 meters, but that's Gegeli Boros, the taller chap. They seem to be a partnership that works really well. And the gold medal winners for the second time in 2 days. I'm sure they came in this regatta with high expectations, but perhaps not to have two medals. 32-year-old Elik Vlajcek and 35-year-old Jure Tas. It's great that age doesn't seem to be a barrier, does it? And if you're wondering where Roman Pietrchenko, he's not on the podium, but he'll be. He has his mate Vadsim Makane has taken 2 bouquets and 2 medals, and I think that's it's great that the common sense, so you can actually give it your all a bit later on.
Absolutely.
National anthem. Second gold medal of the weekend for Slovakian paddlers this weekend. What a great victory, and the way they certainly didn't leave anything out in the race, did they? They left it a little bit late, but they won by 0.02 of a second.
Yeah, I guess it shows that every little bit counts, and they just had that little bit extra.
Have to try and find out where Roman Pietrchenko is, because we can't find him racing any later, but I'm sure there's a reason for it. Say 2 canoes, doubles 1,000 meters, so we're perhaps a little bit different to the normal schedules that you see in the World Cups, but it gives the chance, the athletes as much chance as possible to double up, which is great. Brazil in your picture, they have some good results, and they obviously have great aspirations going into Rio in the next couple of years. The Czechs, you can always recognize them straight away because they have these long socks on, and they often medal in these world events. We've just seen the Canadians Ben Russell and Gabriel Bouchin-Sevigny in the back of your picture. Ukraine also coming up. Who's for Ukraine today? Yeah, Edvajic and Rybchuk. But there you go, Ben Russell, form of his life, and Gabby, who will push to the last actual stroke. Let's see how they're going. As for the Gabby in the back used to race with Ben's older brother and did well in the Beijing Olympics. So it's great to keep the tradition going.
And we've got Hungary has had a fantastic season, winning the Europeans and a few medals at the World Cups during the year.
Well, they're also the world champions, and yesterday they didn't get in the top few, but here we go in your picture. It's Henrik Vesbanier and Robert Mike. They say they are the form team. They're the team that one would expect to come forward today. It would be a great surprise if they don't, to be honest. And Romania in the final yesterday as well, so it'd be interesting to see how they've recovered. You can always recognise them with their great score, say Z-boat. Great, it's the clearest picture. So if you want advertising on your boat, put yellow on a black background. It really does shine out. You can see France in your bottom of your picture, Mathieu Bugnet, Adrien Barre, and Virgin also here at the bottom also. They were one of the France teams who'd expect them to do quite well in this one.
They've always placed during the season, they've been placing top half of the field, so I think this will be very interesting racing.
Well,
and they're off.
They actually are off. 500 metres. It looks like the Romanians, well, perhaps because they've got the brightest boat, they had a great start. But it's very much a case of lane 5 we'd expect to come through. They've had a good start, but certainly the Romanians at the moment pushing it out with nearly half a boat length up, with all the others coming through.
Looks like Canada's just getting their nose up on the remainder of the field.
And Canada again had some great results earlier in the season, but at the moment it's similar tactics to the Serbians had in the last race. But this is obviously a much longer race. It's 1,000 meters, but the Romanians are saying, I want to do this. Yesterday they actually came second. They won the silver medal in the C2 500 meters, so they know how to race this course. You see in the blue for the Czech Republic making their move.
Looks like they're just pulling away from the field. This can be a huge mental barrier for a lot of the other paddlers. Once you see a boat out in front, it's either you want to climb back on top or you kind of let them go away. So
I wonder if it's confusing because most of the World Cup, well, the World Cups we raced the thousands first, then we dropped down to the other races. So this time the fact they started with the 500s, now let's hope they don't think they're in a 500 race.
Yeah, it can be quite intimidating actually going from the shorter event to the longer event. It's twice as long as yesterday. But it looks like they're coming through strong. It's 500 metres down. Well,
there's a full boat length, as you can see on your picture, full boat length and a bit ahead, but the other 5 teams are looming ominously. Lanes 5, the Hungarians looking good.
Romania looks pretty comfortable at the moment though.
But even Russia in lane number 7, Pavukin and Melantiev, they'll certainly have some big motivation. But we haven't got the crowd pumped up yet because they're still in the distance. So it's going to take a while until we can actually see them coming through. But there's a big crowd out here, and they had some big drums. Especially Hungarians were great on the drums yesterday. We should see some noise if the Russians are in the picture. But at the moment, it looks like Romania are leading from the start. Let's see how much they have in their tanks to keep them going.
Check that out, that would be a boat length at the moment. Coming into the last 250 metres, I think they'll be pretty confident at the moment, but anything can happen.
Well, the Romanians have been the world champions before a few years ago, so they've been down a bit on form, but we're now coming into the last 220 metres and they still have one boat length. But
although Hungary's closing the gap on them now.
This is our race, boys. We're going to come and catch you. And they almost certainly will, to be fair. Romania still holding it together, but Hungary are really, I don't know if it's their race plan, but they're now saying, this is our race, thank you very much. So Romania now only half a length ahead of Hungary. The Czechs are making a bit of a move in lane number 2, and down at the bottom of our picture, lane number 9, the Germans are saying we want it as well, but the Romanians are holding on. They got half a lead coming into 70 meters. This is surprising me. I thought the Hungarians would come by now. Making the last push, 30 metres to go.
Oh, anything can happen actually. Look at Hungary, they're coming through with such speed.
Last 5 metres,
last couple of strokes. Wow. Oh, that was a very, very close finish, and it looks like Germany in 3rd.
But that's extraordinary. I was so convinced that the Hungarians are going to come through in the last 150 metres, but Romania, a silver medal yesterday. Well, they've given it their all, the Bazbanyani and Mike. But well done to the Romanians.
Led from start to finish, they'll be very happy with that. It's such a feeling to be able to dominate right from the start.
Well, they had a cracking start and just pulled away from the beginning, didn't they, the Romanians? Alexander Dumitrescu-Lazar and Victor Michalaici.
They just look so cool, calm and collected coming in to that 500 mark, but by the end they were hurting a lot.
But how are they? I was just completely wrong, I'm sorry. But I was convinced that the Hungarians were going to come back. All data and everything showed that they would, but from this stage when there was a few meters to go.
Yeah, it was just a couple of meters short.
And now he's going to be in third. Looks at the bottom of your picture.
Looks.
The Germans look like to have taken
Germans, and it looks like Canada so close.
Canada putting in a great last 100 meters. Well, Hungary, they won the European champions. They won Szeged. They won the Worlds last year. This is probably the first time they've been beaten in a long time.
Yeah, that would hurt a lot, but I think Romania just had that few strokes more.
Oh dear. One could say that they've given it their all. Laughing, but I hope they're okay.
It's always a tester, actually, getting into the dock without falling out of your boat at the end of those races.
But they're spent, aren't they? Romania, gold medal. Hungary, silver. Germany just edging out Canada, Czech Republic, France, Russia, Brazil, and Ukraine. But those guys, I say they won the silver yesterday, and to hold on for the last 100 meters when they were being attacked. They must have known the other boat was close to them. The wind seems to have picked up significantly. You saw an image, just the on the flags at about 20 meters up, but it's even the flags on the ground where they're going to be looking to have the award ceremony in a couple of moments. They're really starting to blow now. It'll be interesting to see what sort of times we're going to have in the next few minutes. We had Lisa Carrington yesterday in the 200 meter. K1 200 did a 37, which is
absolutely obliterating the world record. So hopefully it looks like we might have some more of those this afternoon. We got another medal ceremony coming up.
It's the K2 500 meters medals.
For the women.
And it's great for Tamara Shipiz to come back to form. She's been out of the Hungarian team for a little while now. She is a former world champion. Last year flirted with the possibility of joining the Australians and spent some time down there. And yesterday she was cruelly beaten in the K1 1000 by Tennille Hassan, who's sitting next to me. And giving out the awards today is the Secretary General on the International Canoe Federation, Simon Toulson. There on the left. Third place, Karolina Naya, Beata Mikolajczyk, who also were third place last year, and yesterday they were second place in the K4 500. So it's the case that they have to break through that mental barrier to get on the top of the podium.
We got Serbia here just being nipped at the finish line. I think they'll be very happy with that one.
But they had a really good, fast first 300 meters. It's the Moldovan, Olivera and Nicolina, not twins, they're sisters. They must have such a big collection of medals now from the World Cups.
I think they'll absolutely be looking for the K2 200 though.
Well, they put some
with a
good
start
times.
like that.
Yeah, they put some good times in the earlier races. Gabriela Zabor, Tamara Shipej, whose father was a very well renowned Olympian in his own right, on the top level of the podium. Gold medal. Is it more satisfying having the individual gold or the team gold?
I think, to be honest, it's awesome to be able to share it with someone else. Like, it's so special. If any gold medal is actually pretty good feeling, but yeah, in a team boat, it's even that little bit better.
Well, there you go. Hungary take the gold medal. They often do. They just put different combinations in, don't they? They decide to just to mix and match a bit.
Yeah, they've mixed it up a little bit this season, and they still pulled off some fantastic results.
National anthem of Hungary.
Because I'd watched the...
Back live with you now. Great hug from the Hungarians. And off air, we just made a discovery. We were wondering a couple of minutes ago and failing dismally to tell you where Roman Piotrowski was. Why didn't he collect his medal? And we now know he's actually in the K4 1000 boat, which is going to come up next for the Belarus. So that's why he wasn't collecting his medal. We knew there'd be a reason. K4, the flying fours, 1,000 meters, and again it's going to be a fascinating runoff, maybe between lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6, but Kazakhstan, Serbia have also put in some good times, then Belarus, Czech Republic, and the others look like it's Russia, Hungary, who had the honour in the heats of knocking down Australia to second. Then Australia didn't get it together at all in the semi-finals, so that's why they're not there. They actually won the B final about an hour and a half ago, which I guess will be a little consolation maybe, but probably not that much.
Yeah, I think there are a few upsets in the semi-finals.
Kazakhstan are coming into this race with high hopes of doing something. Serbia have had some good results in this. Been switching their team around a little bit this season, but they've had some good results in the World Cups. There you go. Where is he? He's number 3 in the boat. That's our mate who's just been racing a few minutes ago for Belarus, Roman Piotrowski. So let's hope he's recovered. Ali Urania just sitting in front of him, who decided not to go in the K1 1000, although he was European champion. And he went in the K2 1000, but didn't do as well as he wanted to. With Medvedzedu, who's stroking the boat. And these possibly the favourites. When they're on fire, they really are on fire. This is the Czech Republic, and in the third place is the giant Josef Dostal with the beard. They all have very smart glasses, but they've now been together for 2 or 3 years as a team, and they're looking good. Russia, it's a familiar team. This is the team that won the World Championships last year. They're all together. Hungary, we have young Zoltan Kamara, who actually competed in the 1999 World Championships. He's staking the boat. They've had mixed around with a few different combinations this year, but they've gone back to the tried and tested. Portugal, they've got their big names in there. They've had some very good results in the last couple of years. And Spain, I think they won the first World Cup in Milan, was it? But apart from that, they haven't really, well, they haven't been at the other World Cup, so they couldn't test themselves. And Slovakia, they've been again mixing around the combinations a little bit in the last year, so it's going to be interesting to see how things go. So you're a K4 specialist. What's going through their mind at this stage? Is it a case of, is there a leader, or are you just all so tuned together?
I guess you're all trying to blend into the person in front of you, especially in lining up here. It's always a little bit tricky. Everyone's sort of trying to do their own thing, getting their head right, making sure that you don't miss that first stroke.
And they're off. And they're all 9 boats are off to a safe start. You did it. Ooh, what did you say?
Everyone just seemed to come out of the blocks all at the same time.
Lane number 7 at the moment. We have Portugal with Pimenta, Silva, Ribeiro, Fernandez, all winners in their own rights. But there's the Russian team. Not surprising we're focusing on it because it is a Russian TV who's actually running the show. But so far it's Portugal coming out really, really fast, with the Serbs also at the top of the picture looking to put their name down. 1,000 metres they, so it's going to be a long race. But Portugal, as often they do, they've gone out to a very fast start.
It looks like Czech Republic now coming through the field a little bit. We've got about 4 boats just getting their noses ahead of the rest of the field.
The Czech Republic are the on-form team of the moment. They were first in the Europeans with very, very choppy water. But here we have fairly flat. It's starting to be a bit more choppy, though, the water today. If you look at it, on the TV you can't see it, but if you actually look live, it's actually starting to be a bit bouncy.
So now they'll be trying to lengthen out a little bit during the middle of the race, trying to find that rhythm. Czech Republic coming through strong now.
If the 3rd or the 4th person in the boat thinks they're not going fast enough, how can they transfer the message?
Usually the person in 3rd is the one who calls instructions. And I guess the person in the first in the front seat has got a huge job. They've got to keep the length, because if they shorten up, the rest of the boat gets shorter and shorter and shorter.
Well, as we saw there, we have Havel, Treffel, Dorstal and Sturber. The reason that they haven't raced together in the World Cups that often at the beginning of the season is I think it was David Havel who was injured, so they tried other things, and Dorstal said, I'll try the 500, and did one of the fastest time ever in that, in Rachichi, and the K1 1000. We saw how delighted he was to win, but so far we're coming down well over the halfway stage, and it's the Czech Republic, I believe, are in the lead at the moment.
It's very hard to tell at this angle actually, but it looks like Czech Republic's still out in front. But we're really starting to hurt now, trying to build for the finish.
So Czech Republic are taking a certain half-length lead with 200 metres to go. But it looks like also Hungary and Portugal are still in it, with Slovakia at the bottom saying, I want to do something as well. Coming into the last 150 metres, it is Czech Republic who have a 2-metre lead over the Russians are out of it, over the Hungarians.
It looks like Portugal's coming up now.
So 80 metres to go. It's the Czech Republic with a fast finishing Portuguese.
Very fast finish. It looks like Portugal is coming out really, really close.
10 seconds to go, and who's 10 metres to go? It looks like the Czech Republic might have taken it just from Portugal.
And then Hungary, it looks like.
But Portugal are putting their hands in the air. That's interesting, because on the TV images, I thought it looked like the Czech held onto it, but the Portuguese actually live looking out the window. They're the ones with their hands in the air.
Yeah. I think that'll be very interesting to have on playback. It looks like we could have Czech Republic as the winners for this event.
Well, Czech Republic, they were 3rd in London, just behind the Hungarians, with Australian winning there. And then you move back to the Worlds last year. It was the Russians who didn't really show today. They had a few challenges, but the federation says yes, we can stick with the same team because you are the reigning world champions. The under-23s apparently have got a very, very strong team there. But today, I thought the Czechs look like they certainly controlled the second half of the race, and we see them in slow motion, so it's going to be interesting to see why the Portuguese had their hands in the air.
Yeah, although I think they'll be very happy with that. They didn't seem to place in last year's World Championship, so that'll be very positive for Portugal. It's always that fine line going across the finish line, whether you claim it or not, just in case you didn't quite get it. But either way, I think they've got something to celebrate.
but we're certainly looking at the concentration of the Czechs going through. There's Josef Dostal, who was completely ecstatic yesterday, crying on the podium when he won his K1. Why didn't you cry?
I did shed a little bit of a tear actually when I got to the weigh-in station. Wiped that away.
But here we go. Let's look at this closely again.
I do think it was.
It looks like
Czech Republic
in
who
the top
actually
of your
took that.
picture. The Russians have been worthy world champions for the last year. That's strange, isn't it? Because they're not. None of them are. Well, Daniel Havel is. No, I guess they think they won it.
And it's also very hard to see in a K4. Sometimes it kind of looks like you're a bit ahead, depending on where you're sitting in the boat. But it looks like Czech Republic's celebrating, taking that win. It's always one of the most sought-after medals at these championships to win the K4.
Well, this is what they're calling it. It wasn't even that close. It was the fifth of a second. Czech Republic gold, Portugal silver, Hungary taking the bronze medal. And then Serbia, Slovakia, Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan and Spain didn't finish.
Paddling along the side of the course here. May have had some rudder trouble or something along the way.
But so far we've had the really close races, haven't we? For 3 or 4 races this morning, it hasn't been that easy to call who's won. There's the mascot, been doing. I think it's the same person in all the time, but they've been they've certainly run on some amazing batteries if it is, because they've been jumping up and down for the last 2 days.
He'll be pretty hot in that suit as well, so he's doing a good job.
That's lovely. With the wind, I think it's 27 degrees, but with the wind, it feels it's a warm wind, isn't it? So it feels quite warm. But
it's absolutely picking up as well, though.
There's going to be some staggering times if you just put a sail up at the same time. You'll fly over.
Yeah.
Have another award ceremony coming up
for the C2 1,000 meter. It looks like.
Yes, I can see them just in front of us. So we're coming to you live from Moscow. I'm Matthew Layton, joined by Tennille Hatton. What's your program for the next few weeks?
Bit of a break, I think. I'm actually racing the USA Surfski Champs this coming weekend. And
that's obviously completely different with different everything. Are you going in with ambition?
Oh, a little bit. I've always had a bit of a passion for surfski. That was my background actually coming into kayaking. But it's a bit more of a fun event for me and a bit of a holiday as well.
And will you take your medal with you? Will they give you a standing ovation when you walk into the the athletes' room?
Oh, we'll see.
Well, here we go. This is the award ceremony, the medal giving ceremony for the C2 1,000 meters. And who's giving it out? Where are we? C2 1,000 meters. Oh, yes, of course. Istvan Vasguti, the first ICF vice president, and obviously a great champion for Hungary in his time. And the General Secretary of Serbia. The way it works is you always have 2 dignitaries. You have the invited dignitary and normally the team leader or the General Secretary at the World Championships of the winning team, which is a nice touch. Germany on the podium, Jul Olitz and Ronald Verch. Look delighted with themselves, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Came from the bottom lane, which is... yesterday we saw a few wins in lane 8 and 9, but today it's been the central lanes that have taken it up.
It was such a close finish.
Well, second place. On the form books, it's a huge surprise. Henrique Vesmagnani and Robert Mike. They're trying to hide their. They look a bit unhappy, don't they?
A little bit. You can't help it when it's so close, but I think Romania will be.
Dimitrescu, Michelacci, they led from start to finish. They had a really gutsy race, wasn't it? It was definitely theirs. And they managed to hold on, but look how tired they were when they finished. I guess
it looks like they're still suffering a little bit.
Holding each other's hands so they fall over. They were world champions back in 2010, so they keep the motivation going. There they go. Well, they're not that tired. I think they could run a marathon now if they had to. Well-deserved gold medal for Romania. It's a cliche, but it makes all the hard work worthwhile, I guess.
Oh, absolutely.
Now I have a chance to hear the Romanian national anthem. This wind is really picking up. We're going to have some real fast times in a few minutes. We're moving down to the 200 meters. It's going to be blink and you miss it stuff. Romania, gold medal. Romania win the C2 1000 after yesterday taking the silver in the C2 500. Congratulations all round on the podium. They all hurt the same amount, I guess, so they all know how they feel. Do they nominate who's going to take the selfie and then they pass it round, or how does it work?
I guess I'm not quite sure on that one.
So, for instance, yesterday with the selfies, was it your phone?
It was my phone. Yep.
Have you passed it on to the other girls or not?
No, I'm usually I can do the selfies all right. Actually, I've had a little bit of practice.
I mean, once you've taken the picture, I guess you tweet it somewhere, do you? Or you?
Oh, yep. You chuck it on Facebook. You put in all the tags and the hashtags.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It's one of those things you just have to do.
Maybe I'm going on a bit about Tennille Hatton, but she's got the fastest ever time in her event, and she won a gold medal yesterday. So that's why we're actually milking it to the full. Anyway, from the longer races, we're going now to the miss your start and it's all over game. Yeah,
absolutely. This is going to be some fast and furious racing with the winds picked up quite a bit. But it looks like the water's chopped up a little bit too, so it'll be very interesting to see how these guys handle it in the next events.
It's probably quite difficult to have very strong wind without choppy water.
Absolutely. You always want that medium, so you want the water to be broken a little bit, so the water's actually quite fast, but not too much because it throws your boat around a bit much as well, and you nose digs into the chop in front. And
different morphologies, will they benefit from the strong tailwind?
I think so. It depends on strengths of the paddlers, but I think everyone loves a tailwind because it means your race goes faster. It also can make you a little bit more unstable as well.
Because we saw Lisa Carrington in Rachishi where there was a strong headwind on one of the days in the K1 500. She actually suffered there, doesn't she? Because she's very light.
Yeah. So and it also depends on strength and how you sit in your boat, how heavy you are as well.
Well, here we go. They go up to about 180 strokes a minute. When they're at full blast, I think they're going about 6.5 meters a second, so it's 23 kilometers an hour. It's fast stuff when these boys are going. Yesterday, Mark de Jong was the fastest in his semi-final with a time of 33.945, which no one's ever been faster, so that was quite good news.
Yeah.
It was, I think it's equalled his fastest ever. Then in the other semi-finals, we had 4 semi-finals yesterday. We had Dragosalovic, the young Serbian matador with his very smart Mohican haircut. You can always see him. He actually won his second semi-final ahead of Cariato and Ibois, who actually missed out on the finals, which just shows the quality. And then in the third semi-final we had Peter Osterman Menning. He actually put forward the best time, and in there we had a big surprise. We had Mikhail Dudas, who was has won the under 23s and another couple of championships quite recently, and he actually he didn't make the final, which will be a huge surprise. Before that though, we're going to have another look at a medal, and it's going to be 12 men on the podium. It's going to be for the K4 1,000 meters. Who's going to be giving out the gongs in this one? We have a list, we should know. K4 men 1,000. They've switched it around. It's the president of the Czech Federation on your right, and it's the president of the International Canoe Federation, Jose Perarina, on the left of your picture. Hungary on the left of your picture, it's Zoltan Kamara. I think he medalled in Sydney. So it shows he's still has the motivation with the young boys to keep it going. That's another excellent medal for the Hungarians. So your team, do you have the potential? Are you medal potential stuff in the K4s?
I think so. The amount we've actually improved this season, I think is real credit, and it's very positive going into next year as well. Okay. We've just been together a couple of months, so I think it's got a very exciting future ahead for team boating in New Zealand.
Great stuff. Well, Portugal, they celebrated as if they'd won the gold. Perhaps it was a massive victory for them. Fernando Pimenta, Manuel Silva, Yao Ribeiro and David Fernandez. They're not strange to winning top medals. I wonder if is that Portugal's first medal of the finals? I think it possibly is.
I think it could be.
Because Pimenta didn't go in the K1 1000. Helga Silva didn't. Well, he's going a bit later in the C1 2000. Teresa Portela is going later in the C1 200. So there's potential. don't have to all be the same size. The winners today, and they've been promising a big performance for the last couple of years when it actually mattered. It's the Czech Republic. Daniel Havel, Lucas Treffel, Josef Dostal, who won the K1 1000 yesterday, and Jan Straber. Let's hope they just show so much emotion. It's great. Joseph, the slightly tall chap in the middle, with the beard, he didn't manage to hold it together yesterday, did he? I don't know if you saw it, but there was a few tears that came out towards the end of the national anthem.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't blame him. That was a tremendous performance yesterday.
That's one of the pick races so far. That was when he came in from lane 9, just right at the end, and there was Rennie and Adam leading most of the way, and then suddenly he claimed the last race in the last 50 meters. But this is the K4 1000 meters. The Czech Republic are the world champions in Russia for 2014.
Two medals in 2 days from Joseph. That is.
Well, there's now Brendel, Danuta Kozak, and Josef Dostal, plus the Tare and Vlajček, who've each 2 gold medals. National anthem of the Czech Republic. Well done, all the competitors. Well done, the Czech Republic. Denis Ambroziak from Poland looked good in the heats. The coolest guy on the planet. And there's Ed McKeever, who is the Olympic champion. Had a bit of time off after that in 2013 and building up to it again this season. Was only second in his semi-final. There's the chap I was talking about you before, Marko Dragselovic. He's had some great European results last season and has a fairly unique IO in the water style.
We got Marc de Jong here after a great race yesterday. I think he'll be pretty amped going into this one.
Well, he was third in the Olympics, wasn't he? He was second in the world behind Peter Manning, who is the world and young champion. Yeah, and he only arrived on Wednesday and has been eating all his own food. He doesn't have food poisoning. Sal Riviere, he's not a stranger to the medals in top events. Miroslav Zetko, perhaps the newcomer to this. We'll have to see how it lands out.
And Cesar from Ecuador.
Well, he's been around an awful long time, medal. I think he's got a truck driving license, so he's actually born in Argentina and representing Ecuador, but he's been for the last many years, he's been there or thereabouts.
Looks like we're getting ready for a start now. This first stroke will be key for everybody.
That's the chap who's the incumbent world champion.
I think we might be looking at the middle of the field here for the finishes.
McKeever 3, Serbia 4, Canada de Jong 5, and Sweden. Here's the picture on Manning.
And Morocco looks like Marc de Jong had a fantastic start.
And Lithuanian lane number 2 is absolutely flying. But de Jong's coming back in lane number 5 at the moment. It's neck and neck. They're coming past us.
I think Lithuania is just holding them off. Is he going to make it?
Well, it's coming back to 50 metres to go, and it's Canada, it's Lithuania, but at the bottom, Cesar Desaro is coming through, Manning's coming through, Canada's slightly leading at the moment with Marc de Jong. They're moving into the last few seconds. And
it looks like Canada could be taking it out.
Canada's won it, easily.
And they've got it. What an awesome finish.
Well done. He's finally, all the hard work. He retired briefly after the I believe, the Beijing Olympics, and then suddenly came back and thought, I'd prefer to do this and be in an office. And what a fabulous, clear victory in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Lithuania just died off in the end, but what a fantastic start.
It was an amazing start, wasn't it? He was a couple of meters off. After.
Oh, the hard work's paid off.
Well, he says he not tinkers, but he says every season, at the start of the season, he looks at little nuances he can change, and so he's great to talk to. He's always available. Won't ever do the commentary because that's not his personality, but he's a great guy. Look here we go.
It looks like he absolutely nailed that first stroke.
There's some power going in that, isn't there?
He just got stronger and stronger through the race.
Mark de Jong, world champion, 2014 K1 200 meters.
I think it'll be very hard to pick for second and third here. What have we got?
Manning and McKeever. No doubt about the winner. But Dragosailovic, he had a slow start and got slower. I don't know what happened to him. And he timed his push over the line perfectly. And the great thing is he actually quickly, he was so ahead of the rest, he could actually celebrate while being out there, as opposed to being, because in the last World Championships in Duisburg, I think it's a whole minute or so before him and Peter Manning realised that Manning had actually won. There they go. Great competitors. That might be the three.
It'll be interesting to see the times on these ones.
Yesterday's time was 33.945. I'll say that'll be the last thing on his mind. Well, we're lining up already. They're lining them up already for the C1 200 meters. And we're looking at Yuri Shaban, who's he turns up sometimes. He is the Olympic champion. And here we go. We got Tardioli from Canada also. It's another Canadian into the final straight away. Kieri Silva, Shuklin. Oh, he's Korovashkov, lane number 7. He's actually entering. Here's Benjamin Tardioli. He's did very well in the trials. That's the reason that Jason McCombs is actually up into the 500s. But Stefan Kieri has been he's been on the scene now a few years. He's still fairly young for Germany. And Helder Silva had some great results, some really, really fast starts in the World Cup seasons. There's the rather large Yevgeny Shuklin, who actually put Alexander Dyenko, made with his semi-final results, made that he actually didn't qualify. So the world champion didn't qualify for the actual finals here, which was perhaps a bit of a surprise. Yuri Shaban didn't do the World Cups the last season. In fact, he did the World Cup last World Cup in Szeged, but he's the quality athlete. He's the world champion. And apart from this chap, of course, is Alexei Korovashkov, who missed out last season due to a couple of problems. And but he in the World Championship, Korovashkov, he won 3 golds and a silver. So he's actually the only event he's not going in. And Alfonso Benavides Lopez de Ayala, we'll call him Alfonso, he's medalled in pretty much all the championships in the last couple of years. Hasn't got to the top of the podium. But Alexei Korovashkov, he actually has only gone in 4 events, because the 5th event, which was he probably would have won that as well, the C2 1000, he couldn't go in that because the timing wasn't enough. So it's pretty awesome to here he is. Yesterday he won the C2 500 with Ivan Shatil, and in a few minutes time, if he wins, he's probably not going to have time to come to the medal ceremony, because he's going in the C2 200 final as well. But here they go, lining up. Zhao Ling, sorry, I haven't mentioned him yet, from China.
And they're off. Looks like Ukraine had a fantastic start out of the blocks.
But Belarus, Koizer, he's not been around that much, but he has had some good results. And number 6, lane number 6, it looks like Yuri Shaban has decided that he wants it, but lane number 7 also, they're both wearing hats, one forward, one backwards.
And Poland's coming up on Ukraine at the moment. Who have we got out the side? We've got Lithuania as well.
Ukraine. It's Ukraine and Russia and Lithuania. Top of your picture is Lithuania, but it looks like Russia and Ukraine.
Or it could be Poland.
Oh.
Oh.
You like Poland? I quite like Russia and Ukraine.
I don't think Poland's even in this event. Russia, that's what I mean.
That's what you meant. Well, they often do wear the same kit. That's what they're calling it.
Oh, it looks like Russia may have taken the win.
Well, it's amazing because they weren't in sync at the end, were they? Last 10 metres, they weren't in sync.
They all...
that'll be the second gold medal. Apparently tough as nails, you don't want to mess with him.
And on home turf, that would be huge.
But
the stand's going a bit crazy at the moment.
Yeah, the Russian flag is coming out. We're just being interrupted by a rather large wasp in the studio. I can see him up the top. I'll get in a minute. But that's really, really close. Everyone seems to be very confident that it's Russia that's come over. Look, here you go.
It looks... Oh.
You're well done, Russia, if you've won it. Well done. But they were out of sync, weren't they? Yuri Shaban says the Olympic champion. Well, we'll have to wait. The crowd has gone incredibly quiet. A few seconds ago when we saw the first replay, it was everything in the air, and then maybe they were going on the reaction of Kovačkov, but suddenly I don't understand why, but the camera, the editor of the TV is focusing on.
It looks like Ukraine has taken it.
Ukraine have beaten Russia. We can say that. Well, I haven't ever heard so much silence in an event. Got him. This is quite interesting because there's absolutely no noise at all.
No.
Ukraine take the gold medal, Russia in silver. Confirmation of the result for the K1. It's the Mark de Jong won.
33.96. That will be
33.96.
Yeah, this is what we've got up here.
And here we're confirming Yuri Shaban, Kovačkov in second. 100th of a second between the two of them. That's put a dampener on the crowd. So what did you say the actual timing was? 33.9.
33.96 for Mark de Jong.
In the semi-final, he was 33.94. Anyway, here we go. It's dramatic, fast and furious stuff here.
So a lot of these girls are backing up either from the K2 500 or K1 500.
Marta Voltakevich, Lisa Carrington, who was in the boat, what's about an hour ago now?
Yeah, it would be.
Sarah Guyu, who I think she came third in the K1 500 final this morning, but obviously had other things on her mind. Elena Tekanova from Russia. Interesting, we don't know much about her apart from she came second in the Europeans about 3 weeks ago. Teresa Portela, she was in the boat a while ago, and Yvonne Schering, 36 years old, and they're off already.
Away.
It is really fast and furious. So we haven't actually looked at Danuka Kozak in lane number 9 at the bottom of the picture. She's so far well out of it, but at the moment it's Lisa Carrington and Marta Voltakevich.
3, 4, 5 looks like they're taking it away.
The picture's showing Lisa Carrington as they come in front of us. Marta Voltakevich in lane number 3 is also pushing into 2-horse race, and also lane of 5 coming through the Russian. But this is going to be exhibition stuff.
Dominating.
Lisa's really taken half a length off the field so far, and coming into the last 40 metres, it's Lisa Carrington's show.
And with such class, it looks like she's taken it nearly a whole boat.
With, it looks like Marta Voltakevich coming through in second position. Well, silver an hour ago. There's Marta Voltakevich. I don't know how many silver medals she has now, but I think she's come second in the major events about 7 or 8 times now. So in the Worlds last year, it was 1 for New Zealand, 2 for Poland, and it's the same again. And if you look at the major championships, it's often the game in Rachichi where they met before. It was Carrington against it was Natalie Podolskaya that time, and in Poznan in 2013, it was Carrington beating Voltakevich. in the World Championships in 2011 when Lisa first came through. She beat Voltakevic into second place. There's some sort of theme there going on, isn't there?
Yeah.
But there's absolutely no reaction from the crowds. Yuri Shaban, as the Olympic champion, came through and beat Alexei Kovashkov. But well done, Lisa Carrington. She can handle the pressure.
Backing it up after the 500 as well. She'll be stoked with that one.
And it's the second gold medal of the weekend so far for New Zealand after Tennille Hatton won the K1 1000 metres yesterday.
And we could have Serbia in third, maybe. That's pretty close to call.
And Russia maybe also. You saw Serbia as coming through. Well, we'll see the results in a minute. But there's the young Kiwi. She's very internal, isn't she, in the sense that she keeps her emotions to herself.
And ooh, that could be. What have we got on the scoreboard? We've got
37.898. Let's see where the times were from yesterday. I made a note somewhere so we see what the time was she did yesterday. She yesterday did 37.961. So yeah, it's the fastest time of all ever.
Yes, ever. by a second, I think it is.
No. Well, yeah, officially, but by yesterday she
second.
beat it by 0.1 of a second.
Yeah.
37.898. So that's 2 times in a row, twice in a row, 37. Carrington, Voltakevic, and Moldovan. You correctly called it in lane number 1, I guess. So Nicola Moldovan, she came off the podium in the. What was she in?
In the K2 500.
That's the one, yeah, because she's going in the K2 200 a bit later. So it's just going to be a busy day for her. Wow. So they're coming through thickly and fast. You better not hesitate much. We've got 4 more live races to go. Now it's the women's C1 200 metres, which as long as it gets verification by the IOC in December, is going to be put into the Olympic programme for 2020, is it? I believe so.
I think so.
Yes, of course. Well, we're going to have another medal ceremony coming up. Let's see what we're going to have at the moment. If I can find my piece of paper that says medal ceremonies. What we're going to look at now, we're going to have the K1 men 200 metres. Crikey, they're going to have to be quick. Because they're on the water 10 minutes. Was it 10 minutes ago since they came off? Maybe even less.
Yeah.
Well, we've had stacks of excitement in the last 10 minutes, haven't we? We have Mark de Jong for Canada taking the gold medal in the K1 200 metres, and then a big shock for everyone. We had Yuri Shaban from Ukraine just edging out for Kovalikov from Russia, and then we just had another Lisa Harrington show. Victory ceremony. Ignore the graphics, by the way. They're saying K2 200 that hasn't competed yet, so it's going to be quite interesting to do that. But here we have the 3 gentlemen we looked on the picture. They're all champions. We have 2 world champions and an Olympic champion.
Well, what have we got? It looks like we may have had a draw for third for the K1 men's 200 metre.
And Albert, it looks like Albert anyway. Albert Woods on your right. the president of the European Canoe Association and the president of the British going, yeah, how are they going to do that? Are they, do they have 3 medals? But I guess they're given exactly the same time. Sal Craviato, who does medal, and how are they going to put it on the flag as well? They need to put 3. Here they go. There's a chap running with a medal and a bouquet, and hopefully has a flag as well. He's just coming into picture. Yeah, here we go. Albert Woods is now going to take the bouquet, and now they're going to try and fix. This will be interesting. They're going to watch on the right of your picture. They're going to try and fix the Spanish flag. It's a detail. Sal Craviato wins a bronze medal with Ed McKeever. They are the top. There we go. They are the top 4. I think that's a fair compromise. Top 4 in this sport, so they deserve it. Oops, keep your flag there. Spain and Great Britain. These guys, to be fair, they're only interested in the gold medal, so once you don't get that, I think sharing doesn't matter. Peter Manning from Sweden. He is the outgoing world champion, but great that he's managed to pull it together, because at this level the margins are so small, aren't they? Apart from Lisa, who wins by a country mile.
Yeah.
Now Mark de Jong from Canada, top step of the podium. He is the K1 200 meter world champion, the fastest man in the world for 2014. Well done. Oop, are they going to? Yep. Manly hug. I think there might be a couple of beers being sunk tonight. National anthem of Canada. Canada world champions, Mark de Jong, the fastest man on the planet. And 2 times this weekend, semi-finals and finals, he's been 33.9, which is, come on Peter, get your phone together. There you go, all smiling for the camera. Well, these 4 are dominating, or have dominated in the last couple of years, so it's great that they were on the podium. No, stay on the podium for the photo. Sal Craviato's coming off. You deserve it as much as Ed McKeever does.
And we've got the C1 Women's 200 meter A final.
Can Laurence Vincent Lepoint, can she recover from the loss? Well, she's the world champion. She was the reigning world champion in the C2 500 meters that we saw. We saw a little bit earlier today, and she only came 4th. Zanette Lactos, she is one of the top athletes at the moment. She has won. She's won the under 23 world championships.
Women's seaboating is getting stronger every year, so this will be an interesting race.
This is Laurence Vincent Lapointe. She didn't come over the World Cups because she didn't have any time preparation. Because like yourself, she's full out at university, but she said she's on top form. Arina Andreeva. This is a sport that the depth is increasing all the time. Stanislav Stemanova, she was I believe she came second last year in the World Championships here. Vola Klimava.
And we're getting ready for a start. Oh, is that a possible false start?
So the favourites on form anyway. I was talking quite a while, a couple of days ago. Laurence, she said she's had a good chance. But in lane number 4, it looks like Angie Aveno from Ecuador has come off to a really good start. So lane number 6, it's Arina Andreeva from Russia who's also getting into it. So it's in the moment you'd expect the Canadian in the white boat with the longest reach to come forward, but there's 3 in it. Lane 4, 6 and 8.
Looks like Brazil is...
Well, Brazil looked really good in the finals, but we're coming through to the last.
And we got Canada coming up. It looks like she's closing that gap, and she's taking the lead at the moment. Let's see if she can hold it these last
Brazil
50
into
meters.
it, Canada into it, Bulgaria into it. It's really, really close coming down the line. It looks like Canada going to have the second gold medal in 15 minutes, and yes, they are.
It could
Laurence
be.
Vincent Lapointe is the world champion. That's twice in 15 minutes that Canada. Well, from Bulgaria, but there she goes, studying she's not biomechanics or something to do with biochemistry, or she said had an awful lot of a heavy workload in the last couple of months.
There could be a bit of upset in this race, but I think Laurence from Canada did very well, and I think she'll be.
She's dominated the sport for the last. So many years. She's been world champion several years, and in the C2 500 and the C1 200 she's been well ahead of the field. It's only this year was the first time there was a bit of a crack, and when I said why didn't you go for the World Cup, she's saying very much a case of I only had a week off in the spring and it was lousy weather, so I didn't have a chance to prepare, but I'm not too bothered because I've been doing some really good times in preparation. So she's got a winner's attitude, and
it definitely paid off. It looks like we've got Canada first, Bulgaria second, and Brazil in third.
Well, Stanislav Stemanova, she's disappointed because she's been knocking on the door to come first for the last couple of seasons. In most of the races she comes second, so that's going to be she looked bitterly disappointed when she came over at the end. She was the European champion, Stanislav, in Brandenburg a few weeks ago. The weather's starting to slightly cloud over. Here we go. Canada take gold again. Laurence Vincent Lapointe takes the gold for Canada. Stemanova takes the silver, and it's Brazil takes the bronze. So now we had Brazil. We had Isaac dos Santos taking the gold a few minutes ago. Here we go. It's the K2 men 200 final. Yesterday we had another staggering time from the Germans, 30.4 seconds, which had never been done before. But this is all about Russia on their home turf. Can they come through? Poland again have got a team in the final, which this time you can actually say they have a team in the final, which is great.
Looks like the winds eased off a little bit, but this could actually make it a little bit nicer for them to race with.
And these are, well, Sebastian Juve was the world champion 2011, 2010, 2011, but he's changed in partner. They always do that, so that's the says hello to. So here we have, it's a new combination from last year, but they're both champions. Postugay, Diachenko, the Olympic champions, the last year's world champions. They had a bit of a wobble this year where they beat in the Milan World Cup, and they haven't really seemed to come back since then. We look in Serbia at the moment, Grujic and Novakovic, who look really, really good. These guys have won everything this season so far. Ronnie Rao and Tom Leibischer. Argentina, but maybe a bit of surprise that they actually come through in such a good fast time.
We've got Hungary here in lane 8.
Well, Hungary have had there's Molmar and Christoph Ban, and so here we go. Schofield and Johnny Schofield and Liam Heath, they've come second and third at World Championships and European Championships, so they've won the European Sport, in fact, and the Olympics of world level medalists. So it's this is one of the big races in Brandenburg in the Europeans a couple of weeks ago. It was incredibly close.
And this absolutely has to be the fastest race of the weekend.
Well, can they break 30 seconds? I say the wind has dropped a bit. Yesterday it was 30.4. Daichenko in the back. He was in the Europeans. Postigo was also racing the 500s, which apparently didn't go down too well. But here we go.
And we're up.
You need to have it in slow motion to see. Well, they've all got off to a good start. Normally, traditionally, the Russians have a bit of a slower rate than the others, but well, they're all flying at the moment.
Look how close it is.
150 meters to go, and you'd expect the Russians to come through, but they're not doing so at the moment. It looks like the squiggly boat, which is in lane number 5 of the Germans, is coming through, so it's lane number...
Could be Serbia
and the Germans. This would be a huge shock if Serbia can pull this off.
And Great Britain coming through a strong finish. What have we got?
Well, that is a big upset. Again, the Russians have gone completely quiet.
And Serbia is celebrating.
Yeah,
I think that was a clear win from Serbia.
Well, before it was a case of Russia against Germany, but Serbia came in and spoilt the game. Look at the size of that guy. Well,
Russia look a little bit disappointed with that one. I don't blame them.
Well, they were the Lisa Carrington of the 200 meters a couple of years ago, and then this year the wheels have seemed to have fallen off a bit. They've got some really close competition from an under-23 team. But for Serbia to come through, and for Germany not to, because they've been extraordinarily good, and they've won all the World Cups so far this year. Tom Labissiere has specifically concentrated on this. What's happened to Russia though?
I don't know. Look at them coming through there. It looked like they had a really strong race, but just that last little bit, they didn't quite have it.
Well, you could let a pin. You can hear a pin drop outside at the moment.
Germany in second, and who do we have in third? I think that will be a very close call.
Serbia. Guric is 23 years old now, and Michev is 21 years old. And look at that, what a great victory. Well, they've timed it so well to come peak at the right time in the season. Well, everyone else is disappointed. The second and the third are disappointed. Who are they showing on the podium? Well, they're showing Heath and Schofield from Great Britain. It'd be nice to see some sort of confirmation. Serbia, Germany, France, with Russia down in 6th. Great Britain just out of the medals in 4th, but you can't hear a word. The whole people are completely silent. And 30.5 is another staggeringly fast time. Wow. So France came through in lane number 3 from nowhere. They've switched teams from a couple of years ago. It's Sébastien Jouve and Maxime Beaumont.
Yeah, we didn't even mention them during the race, but they came through and took that bronze.
Well, 2 more races to go. Let's see what we can do. In the next race, it's going to be the C2. Yep, it's going to be the C2 men. Are they lining up yet? No, there's a bit of a gap, so we're probably going to have an award ceremony. Let's see where we are. Well, today has been, we had Mark de Jong, who possibly was the favourite for Canada, so that's a great result, him winning the K1 200. The C1 200 for the men, that went against form. Yuri Shaban, I suppose, is the Olympic champion, but he hasn't shown much since then. K1 200 was always going to be Lisa Carrington, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I think she just dominated right from the heats, and that confidence also helps going into a final as well. Especially after yesterday, to break a world record in a semi-final and do it with such style as well, with such a gap between first and second. That's incredible.
Well, officially, I think we're giving out the medals. Which ones are we? Yes, we are. I can see Laurence stands above the others. We're going to be giving out the medals for the C1 women 200 meters. The way we're going to work it is we have 2 more races left after this. It's a C2 men 200, and then the last race, a final of the day for us, is going to be the K2 women 200. And after that, we have the 4 more medal ceremonies. So we have medal ceremony, race, medal ceremony. And for the second time in a row, it looks like we're going to have Canada at the top of the podium, which is, I suppose, it's not a surprise at all, but it's nice to see.
Yeah, what a morning for Canada. Very strong 200 metre program. We've got the C2 men coming up next as well.
Well, they've got a hope in that. So yeah, it's been a bit of a surprise this morning, really, hasn't it?
Mm.
And the Russians, who were such good sports yesterday, I suppose, which is great. But there's even some of them starting to move off. Anyway, this is another medal ceremony coming up. It's the C1 women 200 meters. Lance looking absolutely delighted. Both parents are here. They seem to travel widely with Lance. Who's going in for a bit of a dip?
It looks like Daniel Havel.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh well, that's him. Oh dear, there's going to be quite a few going in the water, I suspect. Looks like Tomasini again from Brazil, giving out the medals. Well done, Brazil. Very well deserved.
A good morning for them as well, actually.
Well, they had the gold, didn't they?
Yeah.
And then now a bronze medal. Well, Valdenice has won the bronze medal. And she looked bitterly disappointed because she has been so close in the last season or two. So this is going to be Stanila Stamanova from Bulgaria. But she's luckily has the smile back on her face. It's all a case of perspective, I guess. There are thousands of other people who'd like to be in her place. So it's, I guess a silver medal is always pretty good. Well, she's dominated the sport for the last 5 years. Tried kayaking once and said, no, I don't like this. So since the age of, I think, 14, 15. She's been in canoe. She's really pushing the sport forward. It's Lance Vincent Lepoint for Canada. Full-time student, lots of responsibilities, but still finds the time to do a bit of paddling every now and then. And that's another gold medal for Canada. Absolutely delighted there, and there's a good contingent in front of us who've made their way to the front of the medal ceremony. And now the Canadian national anthem. Yet another gold medal for Canada. 2 so far in this morning's racing. C1 200 champion. Now it's the C2 200 meters. The question is, Alexei Korovashkov, can he turn it around? 15 minutes ago he had the he thought he'd won, and then suddenly he was second place in the C1 200. But here we go. It is the Brazilians in the C2. And we have a familiar face in the back of that boat. These Belarusis, they've been multiple world champions in the C4 and always thereabouts in the C2. That's, of course, Dmitry Rabchenko and Alexander Wojciecki. Russia, who's taking his cap off now. They won the C2 500, but literally 20 minutes ago. They were actually, this is the gentle giant at the back, Stefan Holtz against Robert Nook. They're the reigning world champions, by the way, in this. Hungary, strong team. They've got Adam Lantos and Peter Nagy. The Cubans, we'll see in a minute. They're putting a strong team forward.
It's good to see a lot of these paddlers backing it up from events earlier today. It's so hard to do, so it will be very interesting to see how they handle another event to finish off the weekend.
Yeah, but I think these guys are taking it a bit too far. There's the, of course, as I was saying that lightly, but then in the front of your pick, we're talking about the Romanians, of course, but we have Canada also with high hopes with Jason McComb and Aaron Ruble. Here we go, they've made the final. They're in lane number 9.
A new combination for this season as well?
Very much so, and they're quickly into the blocks. But Romanians, just to put it into perspective what they've done, they won the silver medal in the C2 500, they won the gold medal a few minutes, well, an hour ago maybe now, in the 100,000, and now they're in this, and in the picture, and they're off.
Away.
Well, it looks like there's a good start from Russia. There'll be, how can you turn it around in such times? But it's lanes number 4 and 5. It's Russia against Germany. Both in white and black boats. Germany are the incumbent champions with the giant in the back, Stefan Holtz. Coming in front of us now. It's neck and neck. It's Germany and Russia.
Who else have we got? We got Belarus.
With Cuba making a bit of a mark, but it's very much a case of, I think Russia want this so much, it'll really wake them up again. Russia leading at the moment, Germany coming into it, but wow, this is amazing. Alexei Korovashkov's turned it around in half an hour. Russia, really happy, the fans have stayed.
And the crowd is going wild.
That is impressive.
What a good finish for the weekend.
Well, Ivan Shatil, it's been a perfect weekend for him so far. He won the C2 500 yesterday and he's won the C2 200 now. Robert Nook looking a bit disappointed with Stefan Holtz. They are the world champions. Stefan was the world individual champion back in 2006, I believe.
Brazil celebrating there as well. It'll be interesting to see who got that third.
Well, they're all off to nothing in the start. Maybe the Romanians came off to the best start. But hats off to the Russians. What an amazing turnaround. That's his fourth event of the weekend. And the only reason he couldn't go in the C2 1000 was because he didn't have time. But I believe he's going to be in there for the Olympics. And in the end, it was a convincing win. Russia too. It
could be Brazil taking the bronze.
Well, Brazil, that would be their third medal, and it would be the second medal for José Quantos dos Santos, who you may recognise in the back of their boat. There he is. Can you see him in the picture in the blue?
Yeah.
He's just won his 500 metres a few minutes ago. Even Shatil, he's won after yesterday, he's won 8 gold medals in World Championships so far in the last 10 years. Then we're going to have a bit of a sprint now, because I think it's going to be, is it going to be the C1000, no, C200 medal ceremony? If it's the case, we need to, Alexei needs to get off the boat pretty quickly. Russia take the victory in the gold medal. Germany take the silver. Brazil take the bronze. Canada coming in a great 6th place, 36.79, only a second off the actual pace there. And I'm sorry we don't mention all the teams when we're racing, but these guys so thick and fast, we can really only concentrate on the first couple. So let me just check my program again. Lunchtime racing today. We've just seen the C2 men 200 final. Yeah, we've got the C1 men 200 medal ceremony, but the winner of the silver medal has literally just come off the water 2 minutes ago. So he's going to have to
He'll
put
be
his
running to the podium at the moment.
team kit on and coming up. The Russians completely delighted because we saw in the K2 200s, Daichenko and Postugay didn't live up to expectations, although they have been wobbling a little bit this season, to be fair. And then in the C1 200, it was won by Ukraine. He is the the Olympic champion, and so that didn't particularly go down too well. That the local was beaten there, but luckily for the crowd, Korovashkon, he made good and came up with Yevneshatil. Can we see him? Is he back there yet? Well, we didn't see him on the where they jump out of the boat, so he must have been running already. The Russians just waiting for their athlete. Yeah, he's there. They're just chatting together. So we're just waiting for a second, but here they come now. And it's the award ceremony for the C1 men 200 meters. Really, really close race. 200, was it 200 second, I think it was?
It was very close.
And Korovashkov's just in front. He's only been off the water for 3 minutes. With Yuri Shiban and Yevgeny Shutkin from Lithuania. Well, it takes some doing to back up your Olympics, have a couple of years out, and then come back and win the gold medal. It's Luciano Bonifiglio, the ICF treasurer, who I mentioned a few minutes ago, has the responsibility of organising the ICF World Championships in Italy next summer. And that's going to be really important because that's qualifications for the Olympic Games start then. Shuklin, who's pretty much always on a podium, takes the bronze medal. Really close between the next two. They're on different strokes, and it was too difficult to tell them apart. Alexei Korovashkov won the gold yesterday in the C2 500. He's just won a gold that we'll see in a few minutes' time in the C2 200, and here he takes the silver medal. Gold medal for Yuri Shiban from Ukraine. Great cheering as well, that's good to see. It's the Olympic champion for you, 2014 world champion. Now, wait for the national anthem of Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor to the winner, please rise up for the national anthem of Ukraine.
One of the closest races of today. C1 men's 200 meters. Alexei Korovashkov took the silver. Yuri Shaban took the gold. And Yevgeny Shuklin took the bronze. And there's 3 or 4 other Russians who could easily have been on that podium if they're allowed into it, but only one athlete per nation. And now there, let's end on the high note. It is the K2 200 meters women. Mexico made the final, which is already pretty good.
We got Great Britain here. They had a really good campaign through Europeans.
Well, they had their first victory, didn't they? There's Jess and Hannah. High hopes. It's a new combination that came together this year, and they were. I remember talking to them. Was it Szeged? I think they were. Yeah, they won in Szeged. It's their first victory, and they're absolutely delighted with themselves. Well, we've seen a lot of these two, Tuskevich and Litvinchuk. Litvinchuk, she was second in the 5,000 meters, and she's been in pretty much every final this weekend. Russia. And here's the Olympic champions from. They also the reigning champions with 200 meters. New combination, Anna Karatz and Ineta Vad. They look really strong, and the old Serbians, they can't keep themselves out of a boat, can they?
No.
The Moldovans are back in it again.
Where's Slovakia backing up from the K2 500?
Yeah, Slovakia, they've been in pretty much every event for the whole season, and Ukraine again in the. They haven't really done much in the last season, but they're again in there. So I suppose we need to watch out for the champions Weber and Dietze, who didn't go in the 500 meters, so they should be fairly fresh. The K2 500 meters. Russia, we've got Elena Turkova, who was in the final for the K1 200 a few minutes ago. So look out for 5 and 6 and 7.
We're pretty tense on the line at the moment, everyone lining up.
Well, they're holding it for a while, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just get their strokes ready, but the wind has dropped a little bit. The water's flat.
And we're up.
And we go.
It looks like Germany had a fantastic start out of the blocks.
Well, they're in the middle, they're on lane number 5, so that'll keep them going because they're really fast finishers, and sometimes they completely dominate a race. At the moment, it looks like Germany from Belarus flying. Lane number 5, it's Germany with 5 boats in a row, just slightly behind them. The Hungarians also now making a move in the green
jackets. And we got
jackets.
Great Britain coming up as well.
So it's Great Britain at the top. Belarus. It's going to be too close to call at the moment. There's 6 boats in the line, but Hungary maybe have it in the bottom. It looks like Hungary from Germany.
Hungary, Germany, and Belarus possibly.
Yeah, there's. Well, I think.
Nope.
Well, they're congratulating each other, but Nineta Vad has just put a hand in the air for Hungary. Anna Karatz, her partner, is the up and coming, one of the up and coming stars in the discipline. She actually won the under-23s recently in the Worlds in the K1 200 and K1 500. Obviously, she's got both of them took a gold medal yesterday in the K4 500 for the girls. Wouldn't surprise me if Weber and Dietz are back in the K2 500 boats for the Olympic Games. Who are you putting your money on?
It's too close to call. I'm going for Hungary.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. They seem to be happier over the finish line.
Yeah, they seem to just have that little bit extra speed towards the finish, coming through a little bit faster than the Germans, it looks like.
But the Brits at the top did well. That's what they're showing. It's clearly Hungary if you look at that.
Germany and possibly Serbia coming in for that third.
The Moldovans, are they going to try and get on the medal podium again? Well, it's not good for the nerves because we've had 6 or 7 races so far out of the 14 we've had today, which have been won by a fraction. Well, I think that looks like a victory hug.
It's always an intense moment trying to wait for the result, but it looks like we have Hungary, Germany,
Belarus, Serbia, Great Britain.
Whew. with absolutely nothing between them.
So the Moldovans have Belarus, sorry, came in third. The Moldovans fourth.
Just missing it by...
So I'm swatting wasps away as we don't want to get stung. Well, that's been a great day of racing so far. We've had 14 races. We have 14 new world champions, and 35.86 seems ridiculously quick. Let's see how that. I think that's 35.86. Yeah, I think that's the fastest time ever.
Wow.
The yesterday in the semis there was a 35.9 by Belarus, but I think you're in good company. You did the fastest ever by 3 seconds. Is my guest Tennille Hatton yesterday. I'm going to let Tennille go, by the way, because she's got packed the boat up and go and sign a few autographs from yesterday. So it's been great having you on board. Congratulations again for becoming world champion in the second discipline. Last year she was world champion in the 5,000s. This year she let it go to someone else, but took the 1,000. So we'll congratulations. Good luck in the surf ski championships next week in San Francisco, and then you're off on a bit of a holiday. But it's been a really fantastic championships. You enjoyed it?
Oh, absolutely. It was this was my first year actually doing 3 events, so it was quite intense. But we had such a great group this year, and such a fantastic course that it sort of just makes everything all the better. And coming away with a world title, let alone a world record, was just still trying to get my head around it a little bit.
Well, on that note, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for
much.
coming in, and we'll see you soon. I'm going to turn you off now. I'm going to carry on for the next few minutes because we have 4 more award ceremonies to give out the medals for.
Thank you very much.
The medal ceremonies continue. And now it's the fastest people on the planet. It's the K2 200 meters. And this was a little bit of a surprise when we came through that the Russians, who were the dominant force 12 months ago, didn't make it onto the podium. The Brits just missed out by coming in 4th. And the Germans, who have been the dominant team for the whole season and had the fastest time of all, only came 2nd, and sure, it's not what was written in the script. And it's Albert Woods. He was giving out the gongs a few minutes ago, obviously enjoying himself. So he's back. Albert, he's been a great servant for the sport. Started off in slalom probably 50 years ago and kept going. And it's the French who take the yet another. Sébastien Jouve just receiving the medal. He won the gold medal twice in 2010, 2011. And with his partner Maxime Beaumont, they've been together now for the last year. And it shows they can go fast. Arnaud Hubert, Etienne Hubert, they were in the K2 1000, and a bit of a complication because they moved the start time forward, which they weren't informed, and so they really messed up their race. But here we go, Ronnie Rauer and Tom Leibischer for Germany take the silver medal, which I'm sure they're not going to be happy with because they've been in blistering form all year, but it is a combination that works. And Ronnie Rauer, 31 years young, Tom Leibischer I think 22, so there's maybe a couple more years and there'll be a huge force going forward to the Olympic Games. Gold medal for Serbia. It's a shock. They're very young, but they won in style, to be fair. Guric, Novakovic. World champions in the K2 200 meters for 2014. And now we'll stay quiet for the national anthem of Serbia.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor to the winners, please rise up for the national anthem of Serbia.
Gold medal for Serbia. They take the championship of the K2 200 meters. Germany have to settle for silver, with France taking the bronze medal. We're coming to you live from Moscow. It's been a wonderful last 2 days of activity. We've seen lots and lots of, there's no world records in this sports because it depends on the obviously the viscosity and the temperature of the water and the wind direction and all sorts of other things, but we've had a stack full of world's fastest times ever. And say it's the silver medalists here, Ronnie Rao and Tom Labisher did a 30.4 yesterday, I believe, in the semi-finals, which was faster than anyone's ever been. Today we've had Lisa Carrington, who's done another 37 seconds in the 200 meters, and that no one's ever been in 37 seconds before. Twice now, Mark de Jong, who won the gold medal today in the K1 200 meters, he's been in 33.9 seconds, which hasn't been beaten before. It goes on and on and on, so it's been a really spectacular racing. The actual finals have been wonderful because the conditions have been fair. It doesn't matter if there's a headwind or a tailwind, but we don't want a crosswind, and all results have come from all lanes. Clearly most results come from 3, 4, 5, 6 because that's where the fastest times go, but we've had Joseph Dorstal yesterday in the K1 1000 meters. He won from lane number 9, and we've also had some other wins in the lower lanes, but it's been really a faultless display. We've got a great crowd from the Russian Federation in today. They'll stick around maybe a little bit longer because there's another Russians winning the actual medals. Organisation's been first class, been on time, security no problems whatsoever. Athletes have had a great time. We're just lining ourselves up and waiting for the next ceremony, which I believe is going to be the K1 200 meters women. And as some of them are just who's going to be on that, we're going to see Lisa Carrington, Marta Volchikevich and Nikolina Moldovan. And Nikolina, I believe she's also just medalled in the, no, she just came 4th, didn't she, sorry, in the K2 200 meters, which finished 10 minutes ago, so she's probably putting on a tracksuit and running over as quickly as she can so she just can get herself ready. Just starting to cloud over. There were some storms forecast for midday, but I'm not sure that's going to arrive. Maybe they arrive a bit later today, but the weather's been absolutely lovely. It's maybe 28, 29 degrees. Here they go, just down in front of us. You're looking at the happy fans, but standing in front of us, the organisers just putting up the flags. They're going to put the New Zealand flag on the podium, on the flagpole now. I can see the girls with the bouquets lining themselves up. Simon Toulson looks like he's going to be giving out the awards. Is it down to give him out? He looks like he's there. Yes, he's. Well, we'll have to see. There's Lisa Carrington. I can see her down, just putting her tracksuit top on. Last to get into line. So about 30-40 meters back, we have the music, the flagpoles, the 3 gentlemen from the army will lead them on. Then the podium staff and the 3 athletes. And in recent times at the Olympics and the Worlds, it doesn't matter who enters, it's always Marta Voltakiewicz second, Lisa Carrington first. And this time it's Nikolina Moldovan, who's taking, I think she's the younger of the Moldovans, that's right, by about 11 months. She's taking actually going to be the 3rd position. Yes, giving out the medals is going to be the ICF General Secretary, Simon Toulson from Great Britain. Bronze medal, Nicola Moldovan, being a very busy lady this weekend, being pretty much every race she can gain for bronze medal. Silver medal, she also took a silver medal in the K4 500 meters yesterday. It's Marta Voltakiewicz from Poland. They always have real great fights because her and Karolina Naya and even Peter Michalajczyk, Wojnarowska, they're all really close, and there's about 6-7 Poles who are really pushing each other strongly to even make the selections, to have the right to go against Lisa Carrington, who is the undisputed queen of this discipline. Here she goes. Lisa Carrington takes the gold medal for New Zealand. Teammates, family. Saw her coach, Gordon Walker, in the background taking a few snaps. She won the 2011 Szeged World Championships, obviously Olympic gold medal. 2013 she won in Duisburg. Introduced to her program the 500 meters where she took the silver medal earlier this morning. And now it's time for the national anthem of New Zealand.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor to the winner, please rise up for the national anthem of New Zealand.
Lisa Carrington takes the gold medal for New Zealand, with Marta Voltakiewicz and Nikolina Moldovan, with, by the way, the fastest time there's ever been, 37 seconds or something. Well, she's certainly a great representative of the sport. Spent quite a few minutes signing autographs earlier today in the K1 500, and now when she had to go off and prepare, now doing the same thing for the K1 200. 2 more award ceremonies to go this morning. The next one coming up is going to be the reason that all these Russians are staying around. It's because they have another gold medal. The reason they can't give out the medal ceremonies after each event is that quite a few of the racers are racing in several events, and also it's with a busy schedule we had this morning. We had 14 races. We're trying to pack in as much as we possibly can for the TV. So thank you for bearing with us. It takes a couple of minutes to really just collect the athletes, collect the dignitary. Next event up is the C2 200 meters. Russia beat Germany, who were beaten Brazil. Then we had Belarus, Hungary, Canada. They had a really good time, 36.782. That's Jason McCombs and Aaron Ruble. They came in 6th position. Then there was Cuba, Kazakhstan, and Lazar Dumitrescu, and Mikolajczyk, who came in 9th, but they must have been exhausted because about an hour before they actually won the gold medal and looked completely exhausted after the winning of that in the C2 1000 meters, and yesterday they won the silver medal in the C2 500. But here we go. It's time for ceremonies again, and this is the C2 500 meters, and we're starting to have some, sorry, C2 200 meters, of course, and we're starting to have some familiar faces on the podium. Azek Quiros dos Santos, who we saw yesterday make the biggest error of his sporting career by not winning the C1 1000. He made up for it with great form this morning by winning by over a length C1 500 with his partner Erlon de Souza Silva. So second medal for him today. And giving out the award is going to be Manuel da Costa Alegre, who's the second vice president of the ICF. Bronze medal goes to Brazil. Isaac Quiros da Silva and Erlon de Souza dos Santos. Sorry, Isaac Quiros dos Santos, Erlon de Souza Silva. So it turned out to be a good weekend's racing after all. They're switching their team a little bit around. It wasn't the same formation they had in the World Cups and last year. But Quiros dos Santos is obviously such a strong athlete. They're going to try and put you in as many events as possible. And they do stack events, the seas, the canoes. There's a silver medal, last year's world champions. No, he's not standing on a ladder. That's just the way he is. It's Stefan Holtz and Robert Nook who's actually receiving the medal, as you see. Stefan is also a gold world championship gold medal winner in the C1 single a few years back. So he's having his collection. And finally, it's the Russians who won. Ivan Shatil, he's now got 8 World Championship gold medals, and he won yesterday with the same partner. He won the C2 500, and there's someone who can't keep off the podium. He entered 4 events, and he's been on 3 podiums so far. second and 2 golds. Alexei. Kovashkov, only 22 years old, missed the season for various reasons last year. I think he got the bronze medal in the Olympics in the C2 1000, which he will be competing again, I've heard, next year. That's more like it. The local Russians are giving their full support. Russian national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor to the winners, please rise up for the national anthem of Russian Federation.
Russian Federation take yet another gold medal. This time it's the C2 200 meters. Really good final. They took it out strongly and they went away at the end, beating Germany into second, and Brazil take another medal. That's a lot of medals in the canoeing in the last day. Bronze in the C1 women's. Gold, as we saw an hour and a half ago, in the C1 men 500, and another bronze medal now. So well done to all of you. One more medal ceremony coming up. Last event of the day was the K2 200 meters for the women, and that was a cracking event. We didn't know who was going to win until the last meter, but it turned out in the end to be the young Hungarians. Might take a couple of minutes longer. Can I see them? Oh yeah, here they go. Just down below my studio, which overlooks the main regatta course. It's a huge setup here. It's really just big main grandstand, and on top of that there's a huge great set of lots and lots of different commentary booths, and they're huge commentary booths. And then just to our right they have the control tower, which has been given a bit of an uplift, or a lot of an uplift, in the last couple of years. But conditions really have been first class for racing in the last couple of days. It's been tailwind, so we had some amazing times, and the water's been warm, which also helps, but it's been a fair. There's been no crosswind. They're lining themselves up for the last ceremony of today, which is going to be the K2 women 200 meters. It's been a lot of fun the last couple of days doing some commentating. We've had 22 finals. On Friday we covered the semi-finals, and we've had some staggeringly fast times. This is a success in every sense of the word. The competitors have, without many exceptions, we've had the favourites making the final, and we've had quite a few times there. The outsiders, once they're in the final, have been able to show in the old masters. There are a lot of few youngsters coming through, but we also have had in the K2 500 and 1000 32, 35-year-old winners. We've had 20-year-old winners, so it's really been stretching. Yesterday we had a 14-year age gap between the two partners, Emma Johansson and Henrietta Engel Hansen, who won the K2 1000 meters. Henrietta's been in probably the last 15 or 16 World Championships now. She's 32 and she's won her first gold medal. But here we go, let's go back to the moment. It's the K2 200 meter medal ceremony. Familiar faces. They've all so far won medals in other events, and it's fitting we go out with a real legend of the sport. Giving the medal is Istvan Vaskuti from Hungary. Bronze medal for Belarus, Margarita Tushkevich, Mania Litvinchuk. What a huge range. Litvinchuk was in the K1 5000 yesterday, so they just shows they go right across the board. And they've picked up quite a few medals so far this season. Silver medal for the double Olympians. Double world champions from last year is probably better. They won the Olympics in the K2 500, which are not competing this year. It's of course Tina Dietz and Francesca Weber from Germany. Tying things, mixing it around a little bit. Francesca Weber was also in the K1 500, and Tina Dietz has been trying different events with Connie Wasmuth, in fact, right throughout the season. But no doubting about the winners. Anna Karatz, who is the newcomer to the K4 500 team that won the gold medal yesterday. And Ninetta Vad, who also won a gold medal yesterday. This shows the strength and depth of this Hungarian team. Anna mentioned is the current under 23 K1 200 and current under 23 K1 500 world champion of well. So she's really established herself in this team and speaks great English and great for the press. So that's the model of the future we'd like to have. Thank you very much. Now it's time for the Hungarian national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor to the winners, please rise up for the national anthem of Hungary.
Well, that's it. Fitting way to end the weekend's activities. That's the World Championships coming you directly from Russia. I'd like to say a huge thank you to the Russian Federation. A wonderfully organized, wonderfully executed tournament, regatta. Thank you very much to the International Canoe Federation, all the volunteers, all the officials, the starters, the timekeepers, the helpers, the administrators who've come from all over the world, giving up their free time to administer such a wonderful event. And clearly the athletes are the major players in this. They've all had fair play. I'm Matthew Layton. I've really enjoyed myself. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you again in the next season next year. Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye.